So hey guys, welcome to Proxima Audio Plus and welcome to our channel. I hope you enjoy our stories, and if you do, please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now without wasting any more time, let's get started.
What if Harry had PvP ranking system and climbing the leaderboard gave him authority over the entire wizarding world? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Zero to Hero Speedrun. The world didn't end with a bang. It ended with a notification sound. Harry Potter woke up because a neon blue text box was hovering 3 inches from his nose, vibrating with a low, electric hum that felt like a migraine trying to break out of his skull. He swatted at it. His hand passed right through the light, but the text didn't budge. It just tracked his vision, locking onto his retina like a stubborn smudge on a pair of glasses. System initialization complete. The edict is active. Calculating baseline metrics. What the hell, Harry rasped, sitting up. The dorm room smelled like ozone and old socks. He looked around. The air was filled with glowing clutter. Above Ron's snoring form, a gray number floated, rank, 8402. Neville, curled up in a ball with his blankets pulled over his head, had a flickering, rank, 9100. Harry rubbed his eyes. The numbers didn't disappear. They were sharp, high definition, and overlaid on reality with terrifying permanence. He swung his legs out of bed and looked at his own reflection in the small, cracked mirror on the inside of his wardrobe door. Above his messy black hair, the text was glitching. It wasn't a stable number. It was scrolling rapidly, a blur of digits cycling from rank to rank 0 to error. Great, Harry muttered, grabbing his wand from the nightstand. Even the hallucinations are broken. The door to the dormitory slammed open. Seamus Finnegan stood there, pale as a sheet, his wand drawn. Above his head, rank, 6550. You see it too, right? Seamus yelled, his voice cracking. Tell me you see the bloody numbers, Harry. I see them. Harry stood up, his grip on his holly wand tightening. The wood felt warm, vibrating in sync with the floating text. What is this, Seamus? A prank? Fred and George finally escalate to global hallucinations. It's not a prank, Dean Thomas said, pushing past Seamus. Dean looked sick. Rank, 7200. He was holding a piece of parchment that was burning with green flames but not consuming itself. Look at the window, Harry. Look outside. Harry moved to the window. The view of the Hogwarts grounds was usually peaceful, rolling hills, the lake, the forbidden forest. Not today. The sky was a bruised purple, crisscrossed with golden grid lines that pulsed with a heartbeat rhythm. But that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the massive, towering pillar of light erupting from the Ministry of Magic in London, visible even from Scotland. It pierced the clouds, creating a shockwave of static that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. And floating in the sky, massive enough to be seen from miles away, was a leaderboard. Global ranking, 1. Lord Voldemort, the Sovereign, 2. Albus Dumbledore, the Archmage, 3. Unknown, 4. Bellatrix Lestrange, 5. Lucius Malfoy. The list went on, scrolling down into the clouds. Voldemort is rank 1, Harry said. The name tasted like ash. He didn't feel fear, though. He felt a cold, hard knot of anger tightening in his gut. He did this. How is that even possible? Ron groaned from his bed, finally waking up. He squinted at the floating text above Dean's head. Why is Dean higher than me? That's rubbish. I beat him at chess last week. I don't think this is about chess, mate, Harry said grimly. He looked at his hand. The scar on the back, where Wormtail had sliced him just months ago, was throbbing. Grab your wands. We're going to the Great Hall. Don't engage anyone unless they attack first. Engage? Seamus looked at Harry like he was crazy. Harry, we need to hide. Look at the text at the bottom of your vision. Harry focused. There, in small red print, was a scrolling ticker, PvP Zone, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Combat status, enabled. Safe zones, none. Safe zones none, Harry read aloud. He turned to the door. Perfect. I was getting bored of safe zones anyway. The corridors were a disaster zone. Students were flooding out of the common rooms, panic radiating off them in waves. The ranking system wasn't just visual, it was hierarchical. Harry felt it immediately. When a 7th-year Ravenclaw with rank 2,300 ran past them, Harry felt a physical pressure, like a heavy gravity forcing him to step aside. The weaker students were being pushed against the walls by the mere presence of the stronger ones. It was a magical compulsion. Make way for your betters. I can't. I can't move, Neville squeaked, pinned against a tapestry by the aura of a passing Slytherin prefect. Harry stopped. He looked at the Slytherin, Montague, rank 1,500. Montague was laughing, enjoying the fact that second-years were practically bowing to him without him saying a word. Move, Montague, Harry said. Montague turned, sneering. Potter. Where's your number? I don't see, he squinted. Glitchy. Probably unranked trash. Out of my way, or I'll crush you with a command. Try it, Harry challenged. He didn't know what a command was, but he wasn't about to back down. Montague's eyes flashed red. I said, kneel. The magic slammed into Harry. It wasn't a spell, it was the weight of the system itself. It felt like a giant hand pushing down on his shoulders, trying to force his knees to buckle. The world turned gray at the edges. A prompt flashed in Harry's vision, rank authority check, opponent rank, 1,500, your rank, error, calculation, fail. Resistance, critical success. Harry grit his teeth. His knees shook, but he didn't drop. He shoved the pressure back, visualizing it as a physical wall he could shoulder check. With a grunt of effort, he stood tall, the invisible weight shattering like glass around him. Montague recoiled, clutching his head. What? How did you? My turn, Harry snarled. Stupefy. He didn't say it with finesse. He shouted it with all the pent-up frustration of the last 4 years. The red jet of light hit Montague square in the chest. It was overpowered. The Slytherin didn't just stun, he flew backward 10 feet, crashing through a suit of armor with a deafening clamor of metal. Combat 1. Rank Siphon, active. You have stolen 50 rank points. Current rank, calibrating, Harry stared at his wand. It was smoking. He felt a rush of adrenaline that was sharper, cleaner than anything he'd ever felt on a broomstick. It was dopamine. Pure, concentrated victory. Did you see that? Ron whispered, his eyes wide. You knocked him out cold. He's a 7th year. He was slow, Harry said, stepping over the groaning Montague. He looked down at the Slytherin. Montague's rank had dropped to 1,550. Let's go. They reached the Great Hall, and the noise hit them like a physical blow. It was chaos. The 4 tables were gone. In their place were clusters of students huddled together based on power, not house. The teachers were up at the high table, looking frantic. McGonagall was trying to shout over the din, but her voice was being drowned out. Only Dumbledore sat calm. Rank 2, the number above his head was blindingly white, a beacon that made it hard to look directly at him. He looked old, though. Older than yesterday. Harry led his friends into the center of the room. Heads turned. Whispers broke out. It's Potter. Where's his number? Is he zero? Or infinite? Suddenly, the crowd parted. Not because they wanted to, but because they were forced to. A group of Slytherins marched through, led by Draco Malfoy. Malfoy looked different. He held his wand like a knife. Above his sleek blonde hair, a number glowed in arrogant silver, rank, 400. High. Absurdly high for a 5th year. Daddy's influence, no doubt. The system clearly factored in blood status, wealth, or dark artifacts. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him, both hovering around rank 2000. They looked like bouncers at a club nobody wanted to get into. Potter, Draco drawled. His voice carried unnaturally well, amplified by the system. I see you haven't been assigned a place in the New World Order yet. Typical. Always a lag with the defects. Malfoy, Harry said, his voice level. He stepped forward, putting himself between Draco and the terrified first-years huddled near the entrance. Nice number. Make up for the other shortcomings. The hall went silent. A few nervous giggles rippled from the Gryffindor side, but were quickly stifled by the oppressive aura radiating off Malfoy. Draco's eyes narrowed. You don't get it, do you? The rules have changed. It's not about Dumbledore's points anymore. It's about power. And I. He spread his arms, the silver number pulsing. I am the royalty of this school now. The edict recognizes true heritage. The edict recognizes a ferret in a cheap suit, Harry shot back. Draco's face twisted. I was going to be merciful. Maybe let you serve as a practice dummy for the first years. But now. Now I think I'll just take whatever meager rank you have and add it to my collection. He raised his wand. Duel initiated, flashed in red letters across everyone's vision. The air between them shimmered, forming a translucent barrier. An arena. The system was isolating them. Harry. Hermione screamed from somewhere in the crowd. Don't. The system gives bonuses to the higher rank. His spells will hit 40% harder. Good to know, Harry muttered. Draco smirked. Bow, Potter. He didn't wait. Eve root stat him. The spell came fast, faster than usual. The system was accelerating his casting speed. Harry barely had time to sidestep. The purple light scorched the sleeve of his robe, stinging his skin. Harry rolled, coming up on one knee. Expelliarmus. Draco simply swatted the spell away with a backhand motion. A silvery shield shimmered into existence automatically. Passive defense, noble house perk, floated in the text log. Cheat, Harry hissed. It's not cheating, Draco laughed, firing a barrage of stinging hexes. It's merit. Serpensortia. A massive black cobra erupted from Draco's wand, hitting the stone floor with a wet slap. It hissed, rearing up, its hood flared. Above the snake's head, rank, Mob LVL 10. Get him, Draco commanded. The snake lunged. Harry didn't think. He didn't use Parseltongue. He didn't try to negotiate. He felt that cold anger again, the engine that was starting to roar in his chest. He pointed his wand not at the snake, but at the floor beneath it. Reducto. The stone exploded. Shards of flagstone turned into shrapnel, shredding the snake instantly and sending a cloud of dust blindingly into Draco's face. My eyes. Draco shrieked. Harry charged. He sprinted through the dust cloud, ignoring the system warnings flashing, aggressive maneuver detected. Draco was firing blindly. A blasting curse flew over Harry's head, shattering a stained glass window. Harry closed the distance. He didn't cast a spell. He didn't have time. He tackled Draco. They hit the ground hard. Draco's wand skittered away. This wasn't a wizard's duel anymore. It was a brawl. Harry pinned Draco down, his forearm pressing against Malfoy's throat. Get off. Draco gargled, clawing at Harry's face. System. Help. Illegal contact. System alert, physical combat is permitted. Harry grinned. It was a savage, terrifying expression. Did you hear that, Draco? Teacher says it's allowed. He pulled his fist back. He didn't use magic. He used gravity and knuckles. He punched Draco Malfoy in the nose. Crunch. Draco howled. That's for the badge, Harry panted. Another punch. That's for the graveyard. Draco was sobbing now, his hands held up in surrender. Stop. I yield. I yield. Harry froze. His fist was hovering inches from Draco's bloody nose. The adrenaline was screaming at him to finish it, to keep going until the threat was permanently neutralized. The system was whispering to him, a seductive voice in the back of his mind. Finish him. Take it all. Harry grabbed Draco by the collar and hauled him up, slamming him back against the invisible barrier of the arena. Yield acknowledged, Harry said coldly. Victory. Winner, Harry Potter. Calculating rewards, the barrier shattered. The text above Draco's head drained away like water from a broken cup. The 400 grayscaled, plummeting down, 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 until it settled on, rank, 950. And then, the numbers flew to Harry. They swirled around him, golden motes of light absorbing into his skin. He felt a rush of power that made his knees buckle. It was like drinking a gallon of pepper-up potion. His senses sharpened. He could hear the heartbeat of the girl standing 20 feet away. He could see the dust motes dancing in the air. The glitch above his head stabilized. The question mark spun and locked into place. Harry Potter, rank, 199, a gasp went through the hall. Top 200. In one fight. Harry let go of Draco, who slid to the floor, weeping and clutching his broken nose. Harry turned to the crowd. He didn't look like a student anymore. He looked like a hazard. Anyone else? Harry asked. Silence. Then, the heavy thud of footsteps. Professor Snape swept into the circle, his black robes billowing. His face was a mask of fury. Above his head, rank, 55. Potter, Snape hissed. Assaulting a student. Brawling like a muggle. Detention for a month. And 50 points from, Snape raised his wand to cast the disciplinary charm that would deduct the house points. Error. A loud, discordant buzz echoed through the hall. Red sparks fizzled from Snape's wand and died. Snape blinked. He looked at his wand, then at the floating text box that had appeared between him and Harry. Action denied. Subject rank, 199, exceeds teacher disciplinary cap, Class B, dot. To penalize this subject, you must initiate a formal duel. The hall went deathly quiet. Even Draco stopped crying to watch. Harry stared at the message. Then he looked at Snape. A slow, incredulous smile spread across Harry's face. You can't take points, Harry said softly. The system won't let you. Snape's face turned a shade of pale usually reserved for ghosts. Do not presume, Potter. I can still flay you alive in a duel. Then do it, Harry said. The words hung in the air. Initiate the duel, Professor. I'm sitting at rank 199. You're rank 55. If I beat you, I take your spot. I enter the top 100. I become a high tier. Harry took a step forward, his wand low and loose at his side. The fear was gone. Replaced by a cold calculation. And looking at you now, with that look in your eye. I think I can take you. It was a bluff. Mostly. Snape was a master duelist. But the system prioritized aggression, momentum, and will. Harry had all three right now. Snape had hesitation. Snape stared at him. For a long, agonizing moment, the potion's master weighed the odds. If he fought a student and won, he gained nothing. If he lost everything. His authority, his rank, his standing in the Death Eater hierarchy. Snape lowered his wand. "Get out of my sight," Snape whispered, his voice venomous but powerless. "Gladly," Harry said. He turned on his heel. The crowd of students, hundreds of them, scrambled to get out of his way. They parted like the Red Sea. No one pushed. No one shoved. The system compelled them to open a path for the rank 199 warlord. Ron and Hermione scrambled to catch up with him. "Harry!" Hermione hissed, grabbing his arm as they exited the Great Hall into the entrance courtyard. That was insane. You challenged a teacher. You broke Malfoy's nose. "I established a baseline," Harry said, walking fast toward the stone bridge. The wind was whipping his hair, cooling the sweat on his forehead. "You're rank 199, Ron said, staring at the number like it was a pile of gold. "Harry, do you know what that means? You can order prefects around. You can access the restricted section without a note. You can probably order the house elves to cook you steak for breakfast." "It means I have a target on my back," Harry corrected. He stopped in the middle of the bridge, looking out at the ruined skyline. The giant leaderboard in the sky pulsed. Voldemort's name at the top seemed to mock him. "1, Lord Voldemort, he thinks he's won," Harry said quietly. "He turned the world into a game because he thinks he's the only one who knows how to play." Harry looked at his hand. He clenched it into a fist, feeling the raw magic coursing through his veins. The system wasn't just a scoreboard. It was a ladder. And Harry realized, with a terrifying clarity, that he was really, really good at climbing. "Hermione," Harry said. "Yes." She sounded scared. "Figure out how the team battles work. I need to know if I can power level you and Ron." "Power level?" Hermione blinked. "Harry, this isn't a video game. People are getting hurt." "People were already getting hurt, Hermione." Harry spun around, his eyes blazing. "Cedric got hurt. My parents got hurt. But now? Now the rules are written on the wall. And if we don't play, we die. If we stay at the bottom, we're slaves. If we get to the top." He looked back at the castle. At the thousands of terrified students. At the teachers who were powerless to stop the shift. "If we get to the top, we make the rules," Harry finished. He tapped the air. The user interface expanded, showing his stats. Quest log, main quest, survive the week. Optional quest, reach rank 100. Reward, unlock the Marauder's Arsenal. Harry swiped the notification away. "We're going to Nocturne Alley tonight," he announced. Ron choked. "What? Why?" "Because the XP yield in school is too low," Harry said, checking his wand. "And I need to kill some things that won't give me detention." He started walking again, his stride long and purposeful. The number 199 glowed fiercely above him, a beacon in the gloom. The game was on. And Harry Potter was done playing defense. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, Noob stomping in Nocturne. The curfew at Hogwarts used to mean something. It meant Filch patrolling with Mrs. Norris, maybe a stern lecture from McGonagall if you were caught, or at worst, a detention polishing trophies. Now, curfew was just a system timer. Night cycle initiated. PvP zone, Hogwarts interior, restricted, ... Warning, hallway mobs level scaling increased by 50%. Harry sat on the edge of his four-poster bed, watching the countdown timer in the corner of his vision tick past midnight. The dormitory was silent, save for the rhythmic breathing of his roommates. Neville was clutching his wand in his sleep again. The stress of the shift was getting to everyone, but for Harry, the neon blue interface overlaid on the darkness wasn't stressful. It was an invitation. He pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk. As he touched the silvery fabric, a new window popped up. Item identified, Cloak of the Third Brother, Legendary, Stats, Stealth, plus 500%, Duration, Infinite, Special Effect, True Sight, Immunity. Rank 1 to 50 cannot detect user. Legendary, Harry whispered, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Finally, some respect. He swung the cloak over his shoulders. The sensation was different than before. It wasn't just hiding him visually, it felt like he was slipping into a pocket dimension, a layer of reality just beneath the surface. His body temperature dropped, and the ambient noise of the castle muffled instantly. He checked his status one last time. Harry Potter, rank, 199, status, hidden, location, Gryffindor Tower, destination, Nocturne Alley, via One-Eyed Witch Passage, he needed XP. The brawl with Malfoy had jumped him into the top 200, but the gap between rank 199 and rank 100 was exponential. The system didn't reward participation, it rewarded dominance. And grinding first years in the hallway was inefficient. Low risk, low reward. Harry wanted the high-yield zones. He slipped out of the portrait hole, bypassing the fat lady who was snoozing in her frame with a floating, NPC, resting, tag above her head. The corridors were bathed in a sinister red moonlight. He moved fast. The map in his head, the Marauder's map, had been integrated into his UI. He could see red dots patrolling the corridors. Filch was a non-issue, a level 5 mob at best, but Snape was prowling the dungeons, his dot pulsing with a threatening aura. Harry reached the statue of the One-Eyed Witch. He tapped the hump. Descendium. The slide down was rougher than he remembered. The system had changed the geography of the secret passages, twisting them into something more dungeon-like. The stone floor was slick with moisture, and the air smelled like sulfur and rot. He emerged into the cellar of Honeydukes, but he didn't stop for chocolate. He pushed out into Hogsmeade, which was eerily quiet, and made straight for the nearest Floo connection that wasn't monitored by the Ministry, the Hog's Head. Aberforth Dumbledore was behind the bar, wiping a dirty glass. Aberforth Dumbledore, rank, 45, class, Berserker, retired. Harry froze. Aberforth was rank 45. That was higher than Snape. The old man looked up, his blue eyes piercing right through the invisibility cloak's legendary stealth. System's loud tonight, isn't it, boy? Aberforth grunted, not looking directly at Harry but clearly addressing him. Harry dropped the hood. You can see me. Rank 45, kid. Your cloak is good, but I've got high perception stats. You heading to the fireplace? Yeah. Nocturne? Yeah. Aberforth snorted, tossing the rag onto the bar. Suicide run. I like it. Green flames are on the house. Just don't bleed on my floor when you come back. Harry stepped into the grate, threw down the powder, and shouted, Diagon Alley. The world spun in a vortex of emerald fire. Nocturne Alley wasn't just a shady side street anymore. The system had terraformed it. Harry stepped out of the grate in a ruined apothecary and immediately choked on the air. It was thick, heavy, and tasted like copper. He moved to the broken window and looked out. The alley had expanded. It was now a sprawling, multi-tiered labyrinth of twisted architecture. Buildings defied gravity, stacking on top of each other like a nightmare version of the Weasley house. Bridges made of bone and black iron connected the rooftops. The sky above was a swirling vortex of dark gray clouds, blocking out the stars completely. Zone entered, Nocturne Alley, the wilderness, danger level, high, PvP, unrestricted, loot drop, enabled, okay, Harry breathed, gripping his wand. Let's farm. He didn't have to wait long. A figure detached itself from the shadows of a doorway 10 feet away. It was hunched, wearing tattered rags that fluttered in a wind that wasn't blowing. Scavenger HAG, rank, Mob LVL 40, HP, 800/800, fresh meat, the hag hissed, her fingers lengthening into claws. Pretty wizard. Give me your eyes. She lunged. Harry didn't panic. He analyzed. Level 40 mob. Predictable attack pattern. Straight line charge. Depulso, Harry said calmly. The banishing charm hit the hag midair. It wasn't just a push, the system amplified the kinetic force based on Harry's rank. The hag flew backward like she'd been hit by a truck, slamming into a brick wall with a wet crunch. 400 HP, floating in red text above her head. She screeched, scrambling up the wall like a spider, moving faster now. Nasty little boy. She leaped from the wall, aiming for his throat. Harry sidestepped, pivoting on his heel. He slashed his wand in a horizontal arc, Defindo. The severing charm caught her mid-jump. The purple light sliced through the air with a hum. Critical hit. 600 HP, the hag fell in two distinct pieces. She dissolved into black smoke before she even hit the cobblestones, leaving behind a small pile of coins and a jagged tooth. Combat 1. XP gained, 150, loot, hag's tooth, crafting item, 12 galleons. Efficient, Harry noted, scooping up the galleons. The coins felt warm. But 150 XP is nothing. I need thousands. He moved deeper into the labyrinth. The further he went, the weird it got. The architecture seemed to be glitching. A lamppost flickered in and out of existence. A staircase led into a solid wall. The system was struggling to render the chaos of dark magic that saturated this place. He encountered a group of 3 dark wizards outside Borgin and Burke's. They were looting a dead body. Dark Wizard, Grunt, rank 800, Dark Wizard, Grunt, rank 820, Dark Wizard, Leader, rank 650, 3-on-1, Harry muttered. Let's test the AoE. He stepped out of the shadows. Hey! The 3 wizards whipped around. Their wands were out instantly. Who's the kid? The leader sneered, scanning Harry. Rank 199. Whoa. That's a bounty, boys. Potter, one of the grunts realized, his eyes widening. It's Potter. The Dark Lord has a standing order, Expulso Maxima. Harry shouted, aiming at the ground between them. The explosion was deafening. The cobblestones shattered into shrapnel. The 2 grunts were blown off their feet, their shields shattering under the raw force of Harry's rank authority. The leader, however, managed to conjure a silver shield that absorbed the blast, though he slid backward 5 feet. Get him, the leader screamed. Harry was already moving. He felt light, faster than he had ever been. He vaulted over a piece of debris, firing a stunner midair. The red bolt hit the first grunt in the chest just as he was standing up. Stunned. 1 down. The second grunt fired a killing curse. Avada, Harry didn't try to block. You couldn't block that. He threw himself to the right, rolling across the dirty street. The green light sizzled past his ear, blowing a hole in a storefront window behind him. Harry came up from the roll, his wand vibrating. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the grunt's knee. Leg crippled. The wizard screamed, collapsing. The leader was good, though. He was already casting a counteroffensive. Purple flames whipped toward Harry like a lasso. Protego duo. Harry snapped. A blue shield flared, catching the fire. The impact pushed Harry back, his boots skidding on the stone. Heavy, Harry thought. Rank 650 has some weight behind him. You're out of your depth, boy, the leader roared, sending a barrage of bone-breaking curses. Harry deflected, dodged, deflected. The rhythm of combat was faster than school dueling. There was no pausing. No bowing. Harry saw an opening. The leader was overcommitting to the offensive, leaving his left flank exposed every time he cast the fire whip. Harry waited. 1. 2. Now. Accio debris. A heavy iron cauldron from the ruined shop behind the wizard flew through the air. The leader didn't see it coming. It slammed into the back of his head with a ringing clang. Stunned. The leader stumbled forward, dazed. Harry closed the distance. He grabbed the wizard by his robes and slammed him into the wall. Point-blank range. Stupefy. The wizard slumped. Triple kill. Rank siphon, active. Points acquired, 120. Current rank, 185. Harry leaned against the wall, catching his breath. His heart was hammering against his ribs, but not from fear. From exhilaration. He checked his mana bar in the UI. 85%. Good. Sloppy, a voice said from above. Harry spun around, wand raised. Perched on a wrought iron overhang 10 feet above him was a figure. She was silhouetted against the grey clouds, looking down at him with bored amusement. Daphne Greengrass, rank, 150, class, Spellblade. She wasn't wearing Hogwarts robes. She wore fitted dragonhide leather armor that looked expensive and practical, with a high collar and silver buckles. Her blonde hair was tied back in a severe ponytail. She held her wand loosely, twirling it between her fingers. Greengrass, Harry said, keeping his wand trained on her. You're far from the dungeon. And you're making enough noise to wake the dead, she said, hopping down. She landed silently, her boots absorbing the impact. Accio Cauldron versus a dark wizard. Really, Potter? Crude. It worked, Harry said. It took you 40 seconds, Daphne countered, checking a glowing pocket watch. I could have cleared that trash in 10. Is that a challenge? Daphne smirked. It wasn't a nice smirk. It was the smile of a predator seeing a wounded animal. I don't challenge people lower than me, Potter. It's bad for the stats. Diminishing returns. She walked past him, ignoring his wand, and knelt by the unconscious leader. She tapped his pocket with her wand. A bag of galleons floated out. Hey, Harry said. That's my loot. You didn't claim it, Daphne said, pocketing the gold. System rules. If it's on the ground for more than a minute, it's free real estate. You were too busy hyperventilating to loot. Harry scowled. She was right. He'd forgotten the loot timer. What are you doing here, Greengrass? Same thing as you. Farming. Daddy's influence only gets you so far, she said, standing up. To break the top 100, you need blood on your hands. And I plan on being on the High Council before graduation. She looked him up and down, her blue eyes analytical. You have raw power. I felt the shockwave from that expulso. But your technique is garbage. You fight like a Gryffindor. All roar, no bite. I seem to recall beating Malfoy, Harry muttered. Draco is a cosplayer, Daphne dismissed. He buys his gear. He doesn't know how to use it. You want to survive out here? You need to, she stopped. Her head snapped to the left. Above her head, a red exclamation mark appeared. Detected. Quiet, she hissed, extinguishing the light on her wand. Harry felt it too. A vibration in the ground. A low, guttural growling that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The fog in the alley thickened, swirling unnaturally. System alert, ray event triggered. The Hounds of the Moon. Objective, survive. Raid event. Harry whispered. Snatchers, Daphne said, her voice tight. But not the normal ones. They're running with a handler. A handler? From the fog, yellow eyes emerged. Dozens of them. Wolves. Massive, gray-furred wolves, but they weren't fully animals. They walked with a disjointed, jerky gait. Above their heads, infected werewolf, beta, rank 600, infected werewolf, beta, rank 580, and behind them, holding heavy chains attached to the wolves' collars, were 5 snatchers. Heavy armor. Masks. And in the center, a towering figure. 7 feet tall. Matted gray hair. Scabier, the Houndmaster, rank 95, mini-boss, rank 95, Harry said. That's a high tier. We need to run, Daphne said, taking a step back. We can't take a rank 95. The level suppression alone will reduce our spell damage by 30%. Safe zone is 4 streets back, Harry calculated. We won't make it. They have agility buffs. The wolves howled. It was a sound that scraped against the soul. Well, Potter. Daphne drew a second wand from a holster on her boot. You wanted to speedrun. Here's the boss level. I'll take the wolves, Harry said, his fear vanishing into that cold, hard focus again. You take the snatchers. And the boss? We kite him, Harry said. Use the terrain. Scabier laughed. It was a wet, rasping sound. Students. Out of bed. Points will be taken, specifically, your life points. He snapped the chains. Feed. The pack charged. Harry didn't retreat. He stepped forward. Bombarda Maxima. He aimed not at the wolves, but at the narrow bridge overhead. The spell hit the iron structure, and tons of metal and stone rained down on the charging pack. Environmental damage. 2000 HP TO pack, 3 wolves were crushed instantly. But 5 more leaped over the debris, jaws snapping. Too slow. Daphne shouted. She moved like liquid. She wasn't using explosive curses, she was using piercing hexes. Piercing hex. Glacius. Reducto. She froze the ground, causing the leading wolf to slip, then impaled it with a silver spike conjured from the air. Harry was busy. A wolf lunged for his throat. He jammed his wand into its open mouth. Incendio. Fire erupted from the creature's gullet. It thrashed and died. Kill. But Scabier was moving. The boss didn't run, he blurred. He appeared in front of Harry, swinging a massive, spiked club. Harry raised a shield. Protego. The club hit the shield with the force of a falling building. Harry's shield shattered instantly. The impact threw him backward, crashing through the display window of a darker arts bookstore. Harry groaned, glass shards digging into his back. His HP bar flashed red. HP, 65%. Scabier stepped through the broken window. Weak. Rank 185. A glitch. A mistake. He raised the club for a killing blow. Hey, ugly. Daphne was on the roof opposite. She hurled a vial of green liquid. It smashed against Scabier's armor. Acid. Scabier roared as the potion ate into his shoulder plate. Armor broken. Potter. Move, she screamed. Harry rolled away as the club smashed the floorboards where his head had been a second ago. He scrambled to his feet. Thanks, Harry panted. Don't thank me, DPS him. Daphne yelled, firing a stream of ice shards that pinged off Scabier's thick hide. Harry focused. His standard spells weren't doing enough damage. He needed something heavy. He needed something that ignored defense. He remembered the book Hermione had shown him in the restricted section. A spell that wasn't strictly legal, but wasn't unforgivable. A mining spell. Sectum Sempra. Harry slashed his wand. An invisible sword cut through the air. It hit Scabier across the chest. Blood sprayed. Critical hit. Bleed effect applied. Scabier staggered, looking down at the deep gash in his chest. Sectum, Sempra. Severus's spell. He looked at Harry with newfound hate. You stole his magic too. I'm stealing everything, Harry snarled. Scabier roared, a sound that shook the dust from the ceiling. He began to glow red. Berserk mode activated. He's enraging. Daphne shouted, dropping down next to Harry. We have to finish him now or he'll one-shot us. Combined cast? Harry asked. Daphne looked at him. Combined casting required perfect synchronization. They had known each other for 20 minutes. Do it, she said. On 3. Aim for the wound. Scabier charged, swinging the club in a deadly arc. 1. Harry channeled every ounce of anger, every bit of the system's energy he had siphoned. 2. Daphne focused her magic into a pinpoint needle of ice. 3. Glacius Ultima. Daphne screamed. Confringo Maxima. Harry roared. The spells merged. The supercooled ice hit the wound, freezing the blood and making the tissue brittle. A split second later, the blasting curse hit the frozen chest. Thermal shock. Physics took over. Scabier's chest didn't just burn, it shattered. The frozen flesh exploded outward in a shower of red ice crystals. The boss looked down, a massive hole where his heart used to be. Fatal damage. He fell forward like a chopped tree. Boss defeated. Party victory. XP shared. Rank calculation, Harry fell to his knees, gasping for air. The adrenaline crash was brutal. His hands were shaking. Daphne leaned against a bookshelf, looking equally wrecked. Her perfect hair was messy, and there was a smear of soot on her cheek. Not bad, she wheezed. Harry looked at the floating text. Harry Potter, rank, 145, Daphne Greengrass, rank, 120, rank 145, Harry whispered. Top 150. Daphne walked over to Scabier's body. She kicked it over. Underneath, a glowing item lay on the floor. A ring. Iron, set with a black stone. Ring of the Houndmaster, effect, control over canine beasts, LVL 30 and below, STR plus 10, Daphne picked it up. She looked at it, then tossed it to Harry. Harry caught it. You're giving it to me. I'm a caster, Daphne said, smoothing her leather armor. I don't need strength stats. Besides, you took the aggro. You earned the drop. She looked at him, and for the first time, the cold mask slipped. There was respect there. You're crazy, Potter. You fight like you don't care if you die. I don't, Harry said, slipping the ring on. He felt a surge of physical power tighten his muscles. I only care if I win. Good, Daphne said. She extended a hand. Then we can work together. I need a meat shield. You need a brain. Harry looked at her hand. Then he shook it. Party formed, the Anomaly and the Ice Queen. Don't call me a meat shield, Harry said. Stop getting hit in the face, and I won't have to. Suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the back of the room. Harry spun around, wand raised, but lowered it when he saw the face. Remus Lupin. He looked terrible. His robes were torn, and he had fresh scratches on his face. Above his head, rank. Hidden. Remus? Harry asked. Good fight, Lupin said, his voice raspy. He looked at the dead werewolf boss. Scabier has been hunting me for weeks. You saved me some trouble. You were watching? Harry asked, feeling a spike of betrayal. I was securing the perimeter, Lupin said. There were 20 more snatchers coming down the alley. I redirected them. He looked at Daphne, then at Harry. This world is changing, Harry. The Order, we're trying to adapt. But Dumbledore is hesitating. He refuses to play by the system's rules. Lupin stepped closer, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. But you're adapting fast. Too fast, maybe. I have to, Harry said. I know. Lupin sighed. Just remember, the system changes you. It feeds on conflict. Don't let the numbers replace your conscience. He stepped back into the shadows. Get back to the castle. The sun is coming up. And Harry? Congratulations on the rank. You're making waves. He vanished. Harry looked at Daphne. Ready to go? Yeah. They walked out of the ruined shop. The alley was quiet now, the mobs cleared out by their battle. As they reached the Flu connection, a massive sound echoed across the entire world. A chime that vibrated in their bones. The sky lit up. Global announcement, new high score detected in Junior League, Harry Potter has entered the top 150. Current streak, 45 kills. Harry looked up at the sky. His name was there, huge and glowing in gold letters, right under the heavy hitters. Daphne laughed softly. Well, Potter. You wanted attention. You got it. Harry stared at his name. He felt the weight of it. The eyes of the world turning toward him. Voldemort would see this. The Ministry would see this. Good, Harry said, stepping into the green fire. Let them come. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Pink Inquisitor. The sun didn't rise over Hogwarts anymore. It just sort of leaked into the sky, a bruised purple bruise bleeding through the gray cloud cover. The system didn't care about circadian rhythms. It only cared about timers. Daily quest reset, 6 a.m., new dailies available, survive potions, avoid the Inquisitorial squad, find food. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, or rather, the cluster of tables that the system had designated as the Lion's Den, staring at a piece of dry toast. The great hall was quiet. Not the sleepy quiet of a Monday morning, but the terrified quiet of a prey animal hoping the predator hasn't woken up yet. Above Harry's head, the golden text, rank, 145, hovered like a neon crown. It was attracting attention. Every time a student walked past, their eyes flicked up to the number. Some looked with awe, others with jealousy, but most just looked with fear. Rank 145 meant Harry was statistically stronger than 90% of the school. In a world where higher numbers could literally compel lower numbers to stop breathing, Harry was a walking weapon of mass destruction. Stop staring at it, Hermione whispered, nudging him. She had bags under her eyes. Rank, 6,100. She'd been up all night researching the patch notes. It's making people nervous. Let them be nervous, Harry said, taking a bite of the toast. It tasted like sawdust. Nerves keep you alive. Complacency gets you farmed. You sound like her, Ron grumbled, stabbing a sausage. Rank, 5,900. Greengrass. She's staring at you, by the way. Harry glanced across the hall. The Slytherin territory was a fortress of green banners and silver platters. Daphne Greengrass sat near the edge, looking immaculate in her uniform, though Harry noticed she'd swapped her standard school shoes for combat boots. She caught his eye. She didn't smile. She just tapped her wrist. Check the time. Harry looked at his HUD. Event imminent, the High Inquisitor's address, time remaining, 5 minutes, here we go, Harry muttered. The massive doors of the great hall groaned open. They didn't just open, they were blasted inward by a wave of magical pressure that rattled the plates on the tables. Silence fell instantly. Even the ghosts stopped drifting and froze in place, their translucent forms flickering with static. Dolores Umbridge walked in. She wasn't wearing pink tweed anymore. She was wearing a tailored, armored robe of shocking magenta dragon hide. It looked like someone had skinned a very fabulous, very angry dinosaur. She held her wand, a stubby, thick piece of wood that looked more like a baton, clutched in a fist covered by a black velvet glove. But nobody was looking at her clothes. Everyone was looking at the number pulsing above her head in a sickening, oily black font. Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor, rank 15, rank 15. Harry felt the breath leave his lungs. The pressure radiating off her was immense. It wasn't just magic, it was gravity. The air around her shimmered with heat. Rank 15 meant she was in the top tier of the entire British wizarding world. She was stronger than Snape. Stronger than McGonagall. She was a raid boss. Flanking her were the members of the newly formed Inquisitorial Squad. Draco Malfoy, rank 950, was there, his nose healed but crooked, looking vindictive. Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, all wearing silver badges that glowed with a faint buff aura. Squad buff active, authority of the Ministry. Plus 20% defense in school zones. Umbridge marched to the podium where Dumbledore usually stood. Dumbledore was there, sitting in his high chair, rank 2, glowing softly, but he looked passive. His hands were folded. His eyes were closed. The system recognized Umbridge as the current zone administrator. Dumbledore was just a high-level NPC right now. Hem, Umbridge coughed. The sound was amplified by the system, booming like a cannon shot. Global silence activated. Every student's mouth snapped shut. Harry tried to whisper to Ron, but his lips wouldn't move. The silence was enforced by the server. Students, Umbridge smiled. It was a terrifying expression, like a shark trying to look motherly. The Ministry has noted the unfortunate rise in chaotic behavior over the last 48 hours. Fighting in the corridors. Unauthorized leveling in Nocturne Alley. Brawling like muggles. Her eyes locked onto Harry. The weight of her gaze felt like a physical slap. The minister believes that order must be maintained. Rank is a privilege, not a license for anarchy. Therefore. She waved her wand. A massive scroll of parchment unrolled from the ceiling, hanging like a banner of war. Educational Decree Number 24, to ensure the safety of the student body, Umbridge simpered, and to prevent accidents. A new patch has been applied to the Hogwarts zone. The text on the scroll flared red. Rule 1. PvP combat is restricted to sanctioned dueling club hours. Rule 2. No student may challenge a wizard ranked more than 100 points higher than themselves. Rule 3. All student organizations are disbanded unless approved by the High Inquisitor. Harry's blood ran cold. Rule 2. That was the killer. If you couldn't challenge anyone more than 100 points higher than you, the hierarchy was frozen. The weak couldn't gang up on the strong. A rank 5000 couldn't fight back against a rank 1000. And Harry. Harry was rank 145. Umbridge was rank 15. The gap was 130 points. She had just made herself invincible to him. This is for your own good, Umbridge said sweetly. We cannot have children hurting themselves trying to punch above their weight class. The silence spell lifted. That's bullshit. The shout ripped through the hall. It was Harry. He was on his feet before he even realized he'd moved. The anger was back, hot and fast, fueled by the injustice of it. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Her smile didn't waver. Language. 5 points from Gryffindor. You're rigging the game. Harry yelled, stepping over the bench. He ignored Hermione's frantic tugging on his robes. You're locking the ladder so nobody can touch you. I am maintaining order, Umbridge corrected, her voice dropping an octave. The air in the hall grew heavy. Something you seem to struggle with. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is your current rank? 145, Harry spat. And mine? 15, exactly, Umbridge whispered. She raised her wand. And do you know what happens when a rank 145 tries to disobey a direct command from a rank 15? I don't care about your rank, Harry snarled, reaching for his wand. Oh, you will. Umbridge didn't cast a spell. She simply spoke a word of power. Submit. The world turned white. It wasn't like the Imperius curse. Imperius was a suggestion, a blissful floating sensation. This was different. This was the system rewriting Harry's physics engine. His knees slammed into the stone floor. Crack. Harry gasped, the air forced out of his lungs. His arms were pinned to his sides by invisible bands of steel. His head was forced down, his chin hitting his chest. He tried to fight it. He poured his magic into his muscles, trying to break the hold, but it was like trying to bench press a mountain. Status effect, suppressed. Source, rank 15 authority. Resistance check, failed. You see. Umbridge's voice came from above him. She was walking closer. The click-clack of her heels on the stone floor echoed like gunshots. Power is not just about who can throw the biggest fireball, Mr. Potter. Power is about who writes the rules. She stopped in front of him. Harry stared at her shoes. He couldn't lift his head. You have been disrupting my school, she said softly. You have been spreading lies about he who must not be named. You have been grinding unauthorized XP. She crouched down. Her face entered his field of vision. She smelled like sickeningly sweet perfume and decay. We need to teach you a lesson. A lesson that will stick. She reached out and took his right hand. Her grip was iron. I am going to assign you a detention task, Mr. Potter. Right now. In front of everyone. She tapped the back of his hand with her wand. I want you to write lines for me. But we don't need parchment. System alert, admin penalty initiated. Cut, Umbridge whispered. Harry screamed. It felt like a scalpel made of fire was carving into his skin. He watched, helpless, as the skin on the back of his hand split open. Blood welled up, sizzling as if it were boiling. The cuts formed letters. Again, she commanded. Must Harry grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He wouldn't beg. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. The pain was blinding, a white-hot agony that bypassed his nerves and went straight to his soul. Not, you are a very naughty boy, Umbridge crooned. Thinking you can just, play hero. Rebel. The final letter carved itself deep, hitting the bone. Harry's vision swam. Permanent debuff applied, mark of the heretic. Effect, minus 10% to all reputation gains. Pain level, critical. Umbridge stood up. She released the pressure. Harry collapsed forward, gasping, clutching his bleeding hand. The blood dripped onto the stone floor, dark and heavy. Let this be a warning, Umbridge announced to the silent, terrified hall. The Ministry is the only path to power. Anyone who strays, will be corrected. She turned and marched out. The inquisitorial squad followed, Malfoy shooting Harry a look of pure, unadulterated glee. Harry lay there for a moment, the cold stone against his cheek. The pain in his hand was throbbing in time with his heartbeat. I must not rebel. He closed his eyes. Wrong, he thought. The anger was no longer hot. It had frozen over. It was a glacier now. Massive. Unstoppable. I must rebel harder. Scene 2, the war room. The room of requirement had adapted to the new reality. It wasn't a cozy club room anymore. It was a bunker. Concrete walls. Tactical maps floating in the air. Racks of weapons that the system had generated based on their collective desire for violence. Harry sat at a metal table, his hand wrapped in a bandage soaked in murtlap essence. The yellow liquid hissed every time it touched the cuts. Hermione was pacing back and forth, muttering to herself, a floating book orbiting her head. "It's a hard lock," she said, swiping at a holographic display of the school rules. "Decree 24 is airtight. If you initiate combat with someone 100 ranks higher, the system auto-stuns you. It's an instant forfeit." "So we're stuck?" Ron asked. He was sharpening his wand with a whetstone. It didn't actually sharpen the wood, but the system recognized the action as maintenance, which gave a temporary damage buff. "We just let the toad win." "We don't let her win," Harry said, his voice flat. "We find the exploit." "There is no exploit for a rank gap that big," Daphne Greengrass said. She was leaning against the wall, arms crossed. She was the only Slytherin in the room, and the tension was palpable, but nobody told her to leave. She was rank 120 now. She had earned her spot. Unless you have a Death Eater in your pocket who can lower her rank, she's untouchable. "There's always a loophole," Fred Weasley said, popping into existence near the map. "Always," George added, appearing on the other side. They were both wearing dragonhide vests filled with pockets. Above their heads, rank 550, and rank 551. "We've been running the numbers on the betting pool," Fred said. "Odds on Harry surviving the week have dropped to 100 to 1. "Thanks," Harry muttered. "But," George raised a finger, "we found something in the old server logs. Pre-1990s magic that the system assimilated but didn't delete." "The Gauntlet of Thorns," Fred finished. Hermione stopped pacing. "The Gauntlet? That's a myth. It was a barbaric hazing ritual used by the founders to test champions." "It's not a myth," Daphne said slowly. Her eyes widened. "It's a PvE protocol. Player versus environment. It's designed for rapid rank calibration." "Exactly." George grinned. "See, the system thinks Harry is rank 145. But the system also has a rule called the right of assessment. If a user feels their rank is inaccurate due to external interference, they can demand a stress test," Harry realized. He stood up. The pain in his hand was forgotten. "If I enter the gauntlet, I'm not fighting a student. I'm fighting the system." "And if you win?" Ron asked. "If he wins," Hermione said, reading the floating text rapidly, "the system re-evaluates his threat level instantly. It bypasses the XP curve. It assigns a rank based on performance. So if I crush the gauntlet," Harry said, "I could jump rank." "You'd need to jump to rank 114 to be within striking distance of Umbridge," Daphne calculated. "That's a 30-point jump. That's insane. Nobody jumps 30 points in a single event. The algorithm prevents it. Unless the event is rated impossible," Harry said. He looked at Fred. "How do I trigger it?" "The courtyard," Fred said. "You have to pour magic into the gargoyle fountain." "But Harry, the gauntlet isn't just dueling. It's 10 waves. Consecutive. No breaks. No potions. If you die in the gauntlet, you die in real life." Ron guessed. "Worse," George said grimly. "Your rank resets to 0. You become a squib. The system strips your magic to pay the debt." The room went silent. Rank 0. It was a death sentence. You'd be a distinct second-class citizen, unable to even see the UI. Harry looked at his bandaged hand. "I must not rebel." "Set it up," Harry said. "Harry, no," Hermione pleaded. "The risk is too high. Just grind on the spiders in the forest. We can get you there in a month." "I don't have a month." Harry slammed his good hand on the table. "Sirius is rotting in a cell where his rank is draining every day. Voldemort is at rank 1. And Umbridge is turning this school into a prison camp. I'm not grinding spiders, Hermione. I'm speedrunning." He looked at Daphne. "You in?" Daphne hesitated. Then she shook her head. I can't. The gauntlet is solo. You're on your own, Potter. Good, Harry said, checking his wand holster. Less people to worry about. Scene 3, the arena news traveled fast. By the time Harry walked into the central courtyard, the balconies were packed. Word had gone out, Potter is trying the gauntlet. It was suicide. Everyone knew it. But in a world ruled by the leaderboard, suicide was just another form of entertainment. The courtyard was grey and rainy. The gargoyle fountain in the center grinned maliciously. Umbridge was standing on the upper balcony, flanked by her squad. She looked delighted. Mr. Potter. She called down, her voice amplified. I heard you were attempting a remedial assessment. How quaint. Trying to prove you belong with the big boys? Harry ignored her. He walked up to the fountain. He placed his hand on the stone gargoyle's head. System, Harry spoke clearly. Initiate challenge protocol, Gauntlet of Thorns. The air dropped 10 degrees. The gargoyle's eyes snapped open, glowing red. Warning, challenge protocol initiated. Difficulty, Nightmare. Stake, all current rank points plus magic core. Accept? Accept, Harry said. Confirmed. A dome of red energy slammed down around the courtyard, sealing Harry inside. The rain stopped falling inside the dome, vaporized instantly by the heat of the barrier. Wave 1/10 starting in 3, 2, 1. The ground rumbled. Let's see what you've got, Harry whispered. He twisted the ring of the Houndmaster on his finger. 3 massive stone slabs erupted from the ground. They cracked open like eggs. From the first, a giant scorpion emerged. Blast-ended Scrut, LVL 40. From the second, a hovering wraith. Lesser Dementor, LVL 42. From the third, a construct made of rusty blades. Iron Maiden, LVL 45. Begin, the system roared. Harry moved. The Scrut fired a blast of fire. Harry slid underneath it, the heat singing his hair. He didn't fire back yet. He waited for the Iron Maiden to charge. The blade construct rushed him, its metal limbs screeching. Harry rolled at the last second. The construct slammed into the Scrut. Friendly fire enabled. The Scrut roared and turned on the construct. Harry spun toward the Dementor. It was gliding down, the air freezing. Harry felt the happiness draining out of him, the memory of Ron's laugh, Hermione's hug, leaving only the cold void. Not today, Harry growled. He didn't cast a Patronus. A Patronus was defensive. This was a death match. Expecto. Inferno. He twisted the happy memory into aggressive fuel. A silver-white fire erupted from his wand, taking the shape of a stag, but a stag made of burning light. It rammed the Dementor. The wraith shrieked as it dissolved into vapor. Kill. Harry pivoted. The Scrut and the Iron Maiden were locked in a grapple. Harry aimed at the floor beneath them. De primo. The ground blasted downward. A crater opened up, swallowing both monsters. Harry sprinted to the edge and fired a reductor curse into the hole for good measure. Boom. Wave 1 cleared. The crowd on the balconies gasped. That was too fast. Luck. Malfoy yelled from the railing. Wave 2. Wave 3. Wave 4. It became a blur. Harry fought 3 acromantulas. He burned them. He fought a squad of animated gargoyles. He shattered them with a conjured sledgehammer. He fought a doppelganger that tried to look like Cedric Diggory. Harry blasted its head off without hesitating. He couldn't afford to hesitate. By wave 7, Harry was bleeding. A cut above his eye was blinding him on the left side. His mana bar was hovering at 40%. Wave 8, the elementals. Fire. Ice. Lightning. 3 swirling vortexes of pure magic appeared. Harry was panting. He looked up at the balcony. Umbridge wasn't smiling anymore. She was gripping the railing so hard her knuckles were white. She knew. If he cleared this. The fire elemental lunged. Harry raised his hand. The ring of the Houndmaster flared. Summon pack. 3 spectral wolves burst from the ground. They weren't flesh and blood, they were made of shadow and bone. They intercepted the fire elemental, their cold aura dampening the flames. Harry focused on the lightning elemental. It crackled, preparing a bolt that would fry him instantly. Harry jammed his wand into the wet cobblestones. Grounding charm. The bolt hit him, and passed straight through, channeling into the earth. It hurt like hell, his teeth vibrating, but he didn't die. Glacius. He screamed, aiming at the ice elemental. Ice on ice. It reinforced it. No. Overload. The elemental froze solid, unable to move its joints. Harry shattered it with a blasting curse. Wave 8 down. Wave 9, the Executioner. A single figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a tall, armored knight wearing the Executioner's hood. It dragged a massive axe that sparked against the stone. Executioner construct, rank, equal 2 user plus 50, a scaling mob, Harry realized with horror. It's always stronger than me. The Executioner charged. It was fast. Terrifyingly fast. Harry blocked. Protego. The axe shattered the shield. The impact threw Harry across the courtyard. He hit the fountain, cracking the stone basin. HP, 35%, Harry coughed blood. He struggled to stand. The Executioner was walking toward him, raising the axe. Potter is done. Pansy Parkinson shrieked with delight. Harry looked at his HUD. He had no mana for a big spell. His stamina was flashing red. Think. The Executioner raised the axe. Harry looked at the fountain. The water. Aguamenti. A weak stream of water hit the Executioner's chest plate. The crowd laughed. A water gun. But Harry wasn't aiming to hurt it. He was aiming to wet it. Freeze, Harry whispered. He didn't use a spell. He used a potion. He pulled a vial from his belt, one of Fred and George's instant permafrost grenades, and smashed it at the knight's feet. The water on the armor flash froze. The knight seized up, encased in a layer of magical ice. It struggled. The ice began to crack. Harry scrambled up the fountain. He jumped, putting all his weight behind a physical kick to the knight's helmet. The knight toppled backward. It fell heavy. Clang. It couldn't get up. The armor was too heavy, the ice freezing it to the ground. Harry stood over it. He placed his wand against the visor. Bombarda. Wave 9 cleared. The courtyard was silent. Only the rain, which had started falling again inside the dome, made a sound. Harry stood in the center. He was a wreck. His robes were shredded. He was limping. Final wave initiated. Warning, boss level. The ground didn't open this time. The air shimmered. A figure materialized. It wasn't a monster. It was a person. A woman. Wild, curly black hair. Heavy-lidded eyes. A cruel smile. Echo of Bellatrix Lestrange, rank, simulated 200, the crowd screamed. Even the Slytherins looked horrified. The system had summoned an echo of the woman who was currently rank 4 in the world. Itty bitty baby Potter, the echo cooed. Her voice was digital, distorted, but unmistakably hers. Coming out to play. Harry stared. This was his nightmare. The woman who killed, well, in this timeline, the woman who was torture personified. "You're not real," Harry said. "I'm real enough to kill you," the echo laughed. "Crucio." She didn't hesitate. The red light flew. Harry didn't dodge. He knew he couldn't dodge Bellatrix. She had auto-aim hacks. He needed to intercept. Expelliarmus. The beams met in midair. Usually, Expelliarmus loses to Crucio. It's a matter of weight. But the system had a rule, clash mechanic. If two spells hit perfectly head-on, it became a battle of will. The red and red light merged into a golden ball of unstable energy. Push! Daphne screamed from the balcony. She was leaning over, her composure gone. "Push it back, Harry." Harry gritted his teeth. His feet slid backward on the wet stone. The ball of energy was inching toward him. The echo of Bellatrix was laughing, holding her wand with one hand, casual. "Is that all?" she mocked. "Weak. Just like your mother." Something snapped in Harry's chest. It wasn't the scar. It was the heart. "My mother died for me." That wasn't weakness. That was the ultimate buff. "Sacrificial magic," Harry whispered. "System. I offer a trade." Trade detected. "What do you offer?" "My pain," Harry said. "The mark of the heretic." He focused on his hand. The carved letters. "I must not rebel." "Consume it." Offer accepted. Converting debuff to mana, critical overcharge. The letters on his hand burned white. The pain vanished, replaced by a surge of raw, chaotic power that felt like lightning in his veins. Harry roared. The red beam from his wand doubled in size. Then tripled. It turned from red to blinding gold. The ball of energy shot back toward Bellatrix. "What?" the echo gasped. It hit her. The explosion blew out the windows of the great hall 3 floors up. A shockwave of pure force flattened the spectators on the balconies against the walls. The dome of the gauntlet shattered into a million pixels. When the dust cleared, the echo was gone. There was only a smoking crater. And Harry, standing at the edge of it, his wand smoking, his hand glowing with a faint, golden scar where the cuts used to be. Gauntlet cleared. Performance, godlike. Calculating reward, the numbers above Harry's head began to spin. 145, 140. 130, they were going down. No. Rank goes down as you get better. Lower is better. 120, 115. It slowed down. 110, 109. It stopped. Harry Potter, rank, 109, silence. Then, a slow clap. Harry looked up. Umbridge was clapping. Slow, sarcastic claps. "Very impressive, Mr. Potter," she called down. "Truly. You managed to reach rank 109. A valiant effort." She leaned over the railing, her smile returning. "But I am rank 15. And Decree 24 states that you cannot challenge anyone more than 100 points higher than you." She did the math. 109 plus 100 is 209, oh dear. You needed to be rank 115 to challenge me. You missed the cutoff by 6 points. She laughed. It was a high, girlish titter. So close. But rules are rules. Inquisitorial squad. Seize him. He is exhausted and out of mana. Draco and his goons hopped over the railing, wands drawn, grinning. Harry was swaying on his feet. He had nothing left. "Check the loot," a voice said. It was Daphne. She was pointing at the crater. Harry looked down. Where the echo of Bellatrix had vanished, something was glittering. A drop. A small, black item. Harry stumbled toward it. Draco fired a stunner, but Harry fell forward, dodging it by accident, and his hand closed around the object. Item acquired, the Black Dagger, quest item, property of the House of Black. Passive effect, heirs right. Harry blinked. Heirs right? A new window popped up. Hidden achievement unlocked, Blood of the Godfather. Sirius Black has designated you as heir. Holding family relic grants temporary title, acting head of house. Rank bonus, +10, temporary. Harry stared at the notification. Rank 109. -10, because lower is better. Rank 99. Harry started to laugh. It was a dry, rasping sound. He stood up, clutching the black dagger in his left hand and his wand in his right. What is he laughing at? Draco sneered, stopping a few feet away. Grab him. Wait, Umbridge said, her voice uncertain. She was squinting at the text above Harry's head. The number 109 flickered. It dissolved. And replaced itself with a burning, crimson number. Rank, 99, boosted. Harry looked up at the balcony. He locked eyes with Umbridge. Rank 99, Harry whispered. The system amplified it to a roar. And you are rank 15. Harry pointed his wand at her. The gap is 84 points, Dolores. That's under 100. Umbridge's face went white. She scrambled back from the railing. No. That's a glitch. That's an item buff. It doesn't count. System check, legal. Targeting enabled. Harry grinned. He felt the restriction lift. The submit command was broken. Draco, Harry said, not looking away from Umbridge. Sit down. Command issued. Draco's legs folded instantly. He sat on the wet stone, looking terrified. My legs. I can't move. Rank 99 authority, Harry said. I'm a high tier now. He raised his wand toward the balcony. The entire school watched. Umbridge. Harry yelled. I challenge you. Right here. Right now. Umbridge shrieked. I decline. I have administrative immunity. Challenge declined. Penalty, loss of face. Umbridge reputation, -500. Harry lowered his wand. He knew she wouldn't fight. She was a coward. But he had proven something more important. He could touch her. This isn't over, Harry said, his voice echoing through the courtyard. I'm coming for that top 10 spot. And when I get there, you're fired. He turned to leave. The students on the ground, Slytherins included, scrambled backward, creating a wide path. Daphne met him at the archway. She looked at the dagger in his hand, then up at his new rank. Rank 99, she whispered. Double digits. Barely, Harry said, leaning on her as his adrenaline crashed. Get me to the dorms, Greengrass. I think I'm going to pass out. You did it, Potter, she said, a genuine smile touching her lips for the first time. You actually broke the game. As they walked away, Harry glanced at the sky. The global leaderboard flickered. At rank 3, the name unknown pulsed. For a split second, Harry thought he saw it change. But then he blinked, and it was gone. The war had just leveled up. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4, Raid Boss, Slytherin House. The timer on the HUD was ticking down like a bomb. Buff active, Heir of Black Authority, duration remaining, 2 hours and 45 minutes, effect, temporary rank boost, -10. Harry paced around the stone table in the room of requirement, his boots crunching on the conjured gravel floor. He looked like he'd been chewed up by a dragon and spit out into a blender. His robes were shredded from the gauntlet, his hair was matted with sweat and dust, and his HP bar was hovering at a precarious 45%. But his eyes were electric. The adrenaline crash hadn't hit him yet because he wouldn't let it. 2 hours, Harry rasped, stabbing a finger at the floating holographic map of the castle. I have rank 99 authority for less than 3 hours. Once that timer hits 0, the dagger goes on cooldown, and I drop back to 109. That puts me out of range to hurt Umbridge. Technically, Hermione said, her voice frantic as she cross-referenced 3 different floating rulebooks, rank 109 is still historically high for a, it's not enough. Harry snapped. He wasn't yelling at her, he was yelling at the situation. Umbridge is rank 15. The gap is the only thing keeping us alive. If I lose the double-digit status, she can use the submit command again. I'm not going back on my knees, Hermione. Daphne Greengrass was sitting on a crate of ammo, literal ammo, exploding spell grenades the room had generated, polishing her wand with a silk cloth. She looked calm, but her leg was bouncing nervously. He's right, Daphne said. The system respects momentum. If you stop climbing, you start falling. You humiliated the High Inquisitor publicly. She's regrouping. By tomorrow morning, she'll have a new decree that bans breathing if you're under rank 100. So we hit her now, Ron said. He was strapping on a set of chaser pads he'd modified with iron plating. Ron Weasley, rank, 5,900. He looked ridiculous and terrifying at the same time. We take the fight to her office? No, Harry said. Her office is a trap. It's got ministry protections. We need to cut off her supply line. He zoomed in on the map. The dungeons. Umbridge gets her authority from the system, but she gets her power from the Inquisitorial Squad. They're feeding her mana. It's a network. Malfoy, Parkinson, the prefects, they're linked to her. If we take out her minions, her rank destabilizes. You want to raid Slytherin House, Neville Longbottom said quietly from the corner. Everyone turned to look at him. Neville was holding a shield. Not a magical protego, but a physical, tower shield made of goblin-wrought silver that he'd found in the room's lost and found pile. It was almost as big as he was. Neville Longbottom, rank, 8,800, class. It's a fortress, Daphne warned. Since the shift, the common room has been designated a stronghold. Non-Slytherins get a minus 20% stat debuff just for entering the airlock. And the entrance is guarded by a password boss. I don't care about the password, Harry said, gripping the black dagger. The metal felt cold and hungry against his palm. And I don't care about the debuff. We're not going to knock. We're going to kick the door in. He looked at his team. Daphne, the DPS/guide. Hermione, the tactician/healer. Ron, the brawler. Neville, the tank. This is a raid, Harry announced, the system picking up on his intent and flashing a new quest window. Objective, seize the Slytherin throne. If we conquer the house, the system transfers their territory bonuses to us. We become the landlords. Landlords of the snakes, Ron grinned, smacking his fist into his palm. I've been waiting 5 years for this. Harry grabbed a handful of pepper-up potions from the table and downed 2 of them. His stamina bar flashed green. Gear up, Harry ordered. We move in 5. The dungeon breached the corridor leading to the Slytherin common room was usually cold and damp. Now, it was a literal biohazard zone. Green fog hugged the floor, swirling around their ankles. The torches didn't burn orange, they burned a sickly, radioactive emerald. The system had updated the environment to reflect the hostility of the occupants. Zone, the Serpent's Maw, warning, hostile territory. Non-faction members suffer, chill of the grave, minus 15% speed, dot. I can feel it, Ron shivered, his teeth chattering. It feels like walking through sludge. Drink the warming potion, Hermione ordered, handing out vials. It won't negate the debuff, but it stops the stamina drain. Harry walked in front. He didn't feel the cold. The black dagger in his belt was radiating a heat that shielded him. He was the heir of black. In the twisted logic of pure-blood magic, he was practically royalty here. They reached the dead-end wall where the entrance used to be. It was gone. In its place was a massive, shimmering barrier of green energy, guarded by two stone statues of cobras that were very much alive and tracking their movement. Gatekeeper constructs, rank, 150, elite, password, the left cobra hissed. Its voice sounded like grinding stones. Open up, Harry said. Incorrect, the right cobra spat. Penalty, death. Both snakes lunged. They were fast, striking with the speed of a whip crack. Neville. Front. Harry shouted. Neville didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, planting his feet, and slammed the bottom of his massive shield into the stone floor. Clang. Skill activated, fortress stance. The cobras struck the silver shield. Instead of shattering it, they bounced off with a sickening crunch of stone. Neville didn't budge. He didn't even slide back. His rank was low, but his constitution stat must have been through the roof. Hold them. Harry yelled, flanking left. They're heavy. Neville grunted, his face turning red as the stone snakes hammered against his defense. But I got M. Daphne moved like quicksilver. She was in her element. Reducto. She aimed for the joint in the left cobra's neck. The stone exploded into dust. The snake collapsed, twitching. Harry vaulted over Neville's shoulder, mid-air, wand drawn. Bombarda Maxima. He fired point-blank at the energy barrier behind the snakes. The explosion shook the entire dungeon level. Dust rained from the ceiling. The green energy field didn't break, but it flickered, glitching out. Barrier integrity, 60%, it's regenerating. Hermione shouted from the back, casting shield charms over Ron. You have to hit it harder. The DPS check is too high. Ron. Help Neville with the snake. Harry ordered. Ron charged the remaining snake, swinging his iron-plated arm like a club. Eat this, you worm. He tackled the statue, wrestling it to the ground. It was messy, brutal, and effective. Harry turned back to the wall. 60% integrity. It was climbing back to 70%. Stand back, Harry said. He sheathed his wand. He drew the black dagger. The system UI spasmed. Item active, Fawn of the Exile. Property, Shield Breaker. Harry channeled his magic into the blade. It didn't glow, it sucked the light out of the hallway. It became a void in his hand. He slashed the air in an X pattern. 2 waves of dark energy flew from the blade. They hit the barrier. There was no explosion. No sound. The green light simply died. The magic unraveled, the code deleting itself. The stone wall crumbled inward, revealing the tunnel beyond. Breach successful. XP gained, 500. Move. Harry commanded. We've got noise discipline broken. The whole house knows we're here. The hallway of ambition. They weren't just fighting students. They were fighting the architecture. The tunnel into the common room was a gauntlet. Portraits on the walls hissed and threw spectral poison at them. The floor shifted, trying to trip them into spike pits that opened and closed with mechanical rhythm. And then came the trash mobs. Intruders. A squeaky voice yelled. A group of second and third years came running around the corner. They looked terrified but compelled by the system to defend their turf. Junior Slytherin Defender, rank 3000, Junior Slytherin Defender, rank 2800, don't kill them. Hermione yelled. They're just kids. Stunners only. Harry agreed. Formation B. They fell into a wedge. Neville at the point, Harry and Daphne on the wings, Ron and Hermione in the center. It was a slaughter, but a controlled one. Harry moved with efficient brutality. He parried a jinx from a second year, spun, and kicked the kid in the chest, sending him sliding across the slick floor. Stay down. Daphne was less forgiving. She froze the floor, turning the hallway into an ice rink. The defenders slipped, crashing into each other. Glacius Tria. She chanted, freezing their robes to the ground. Pathetic. Is this the best the house has to offer? They carved through the first wave like a hot knife through butter. But as they reached the antechamber, a large circular room filled with green water features, the difficulty spiked. The heavy hitters arrived. Well, a voice drawled. Potter and his blood traders. Pansy Parkinson stood on a raised platform across the water. She was flanked by Millicent Bulstrode and Blaise Zabini. Pansy Parkinson, rank, 180, class, toxicologist, Blaise Zabini, rank, 175, class, duelist, Millicent Bulstrode, rank, 200, class, brawler, mid-bosses. You're not getting into the sanctum, Pansy sneered. She uncorked a purple potion bottle. Fumos. She smashed it on the ground. Thick, purple smoke erupted, filling the room instantly. Environmental hazard, neurotoxin gas. Effect, confusion plus hallucination. Masks. Hermione choked, casting bubblehead charms on everyone. The bubble shimmered around Harry's head, filtering out the smoke, but visibility was zero. They're flanking. Ron yelled. I hear them in the water. Millicent Bulstrode surged out of the smoke like a juggernaut. She didn't use a wand. She wore brass knuckles that glowed with enchantment. She swung at Ron. Ron caught the punch on his armored forearm. Clang. The impact drove him to one knee. Bloody hell. She hits like a troll. Switch. Harry yelled. He leaped over Ron, firing a point-blank stunner at Bulstrode's face. She crossed her arms, blocking the spell with her gauntlets. Block. You're fast, Potter, Bulstrode grunted. But you're scrawny. She grabbed Harry's robe and threw him. Harry twisted in the air, landing on the edge of the fountain. Before he could recover, a jet of green fire slashed at him from the fog. Zabini. Expelliarmus. Harry countered. Zabini deflected it with a lazy flick. Textbook, Potter. Boring. Zabini was good. Graceful. He fought like he was dancing. He launched a volley of cutting curses, forcing Harry to backflip off the fountain. Daphne. Pansy is the support. Harry shouted into the comms, a magically linked coin in his ear. Take her out. On it, Daphne's voice came back cold. Somewhere in the smoke, blue flashes lit up the dark. Greengrass. Pansy shrieked. You traitorous cow. How dare you attack your own house? I'm upgrading management. Daphne yelled back. Harry focused on Zabini. The Slytherin was keeping his distance, kiting Harry with long-range hexes. Hermione. I need a path. Calculating trajectory. Hermione yelled. 3 degrees left. A puño. She animated a swarm of stone bricks from the wall, sending them hurtling toward Zabini. He was forced to shield, stopping his offense for a split second. That was all Harry needed. He didn't cast a spell. He used a system exploit he'd noticed in the gauntlet. Inventory swap. He unequipped his wand and equipped the invisibility cloak in his offhand, throwing it over himself mid-sprint. Stealth activated. Zabini lowered his shield. Where did he go? Harry reappeared 3 inches from Zabini's nose, ripping the cloak off. Peekaboo. Stupefy. The red light hit Zabini in the throat. No shield. No block. Critical hit. Zabini folded. Across the room, a massive crash echoed. Neville had Bulstrode in a headlock. Ron! Now! Ron swept Bulstrode's legs with a low kick. She went down hard, and Neville sat on her. Literally sat on her. Pin initiated. Neville wheezed. And then, silence fell as the purple smoke began to clear. Pansy Parkinson was pinned to the wall by 3 icicles that had pierced her robes, leaving her dangling 2 feet off the ground. She was unharmed, but immobilized and terrified. Daphne stood before her, wand smoking. You yield? Daphne asked, bored. My father will yield, Daphne said, conjuring another icicle aimed right at Pansy's nose. I yield. System, I yield. Mid-boss cleared. Loot, slithering key, access to common room, ... Harry regrouped with the team. They were battered. Ron's armor was dented. Neville had a black eye. But they were standing. Good work, Harry panted. He grabbed the key from the loot drop, a heavy, emerald-encrusted skeleton key. He walked to the massive black door at the end of the chamber. It was embossed with a silver hydra. This is it, Harry said. The Prefect Council is inside. That's 5 enemies. All rank 200 plus. That's mathematically impossible for us, Hermione whispered, checking her mana. I'm at 30%. We don't have to beat them all, Harry said, looking at the door. We just have to capture the flag. The flag? The house core, Harry corrected. Every common room has a localized anchor for the system. Usually the fireplace. If I touch it and assert rank authority, I can reset the house ownership. If I own the house, I can ban the prefects. So a suicide run to the fireplace, Ron summed up. Classic. Harry jammed the key into the lock. Neville, you block the door once we're in. Don't let reinforcements enter. Daphne, you and Ron run interference. Hermione, shield me. And you? Daphne asked. I'm going to have a chat with the snake. Harry turned the key. Raid boss initiated, the Serpent Council. The doors swung open. The throne room, the Slytherin common room, was magnificent and terrifying. It was a cathedral of black marble and green glass, located under the lake. Giant squids floated past the windows, casting long, shifting shadows across the floor. In the center of the room, arranged in a semicircle around the massive fireplace, were 5 thrones. 5 seventh-year prefects sat there. They didn't look like students. They looked like warlords. Gemma Farley, rank 130, Cassius Warrington, rank 140, Terence Higgs, rank 155, Graham Montague, recovered, rank 210, Adrian Pusey, rank 220, the council. They stood up in unison. The sound of their robes shifting was the only noise in the room. Potter, Gemma Farley said. She was tall, severe, with magic crackling around her fingers like static electricity. You have trespassed in the heart of the serpent. I'm here for the keys, Harry said, walking forward. The team fanned out behind him. This isn't a duel, Warrington smiled, drawing a jagged wand. This is an execution. Formation Alpha. The 5 prefects raised their wands. They didn't cast 5 separate spells. They cast one. Green beams of light connected their wands, forming a pentagram in the air. Council link active. Damage sharing enabled. Spell amplification, 500%. They're linking cores. Hermione screamed. They're going to cast a siege spell. A massive ball of green plasma formed in the center of their formation. It was growing larger by the second. Move! Harry yelled. The ball fired. It wasn't a beam. It was a wave. It washed over the room, disintegrating the furniture. Protego tot alum. Hermione shrieked, erecting a dome shield. The green wave hit the blue shield. Crack. The shield shattered instantly. Hermione was thrown backward, sliding across the floor. Hermione. Ron dove for her, covering her body with his own as the shockwave passed over them. Harry and Daphne rolled in opposite directions. We can't fight that. Daphne yelled, firing an ice spear at Farley. The spear hit an invisible wall around the prefect and shattered. They have a shared shield pool. We'd have to deplete all 5 of them to hurt one. Then we break the formation. Harry scrambled up, dodging a curse from Pusey. He looked at the fireplace. It was 50 feet away, behind the wall of prefects. Neville. Harry shouted into his comms. Do you have anything heavy? I have, a table. Neville called out from the door. Throw it. Neville grunted, lifting a heavy oak table and hurling it into the fray. It smashed into the line of prefects, forcing Higgs to step back to avoid it. The pentagram flickered. Gap. Harry yelled. Daphne, go right. Ron, suppressive fire. Harry sprinted straight down the middle. He's suicidal. Farley laughed. Focus fire on Potter. All 5 wands turned toward Harry. This was it. The moment where he died, or the moment he broke the game. Harry didn't slow down. He reached into his pocket and pulled out not a weapon, but a small, gray ball. A Peruvian instant darkness powder bomb. Modified by Fred and George. Lights out, Harry whispered. He spiked it on the floor. Poof. Absolute, impenetrable blackness swallowed the center of the room. The system UI flashed, blindness applied. I can't see him. Montague panicked. AOE. Blast the area. Explosions rocked the floor around Harry. He felt the heat of a fireball singe his ear. He kept running, guided only by the minimap on his retina. Target, fireplace. Distance, 20 feet. A hand grabbed his ankle. Gotcha, Pusey's voice growled from the dark. Harry fell hard, his chin slamming into the stone. Pusey was on top of him instantly, weight crushing down. System command, crush, Pusey roared. Harry felt his ribs groan. He couldn't reach his wand. Pusey had his wrist pinned. But Pusey didn't know about the ring. Harry twisted his hand, activating the Ring of the Houndmaster. Spectral bite. A ghostly wolf jaw manifested around Pusey's arm and clamped down. Pusey screamed, releasing his grip. Harry scrambled free. He was 10 feet away. The darkness was fading. Gemma Farley was standing directly in front of the fireplace, blocking the goal. She was smiling. End of the line, Potter. She raised her wand. Avada, she was going to do it. She was going to use the killing curse. The system permitted it in defense of Stronghold. Harry had no time to cast. He had momentum. He lowered his shoulder. He didn't check his rank. He didn't check the odds. He just tackled her. Rugby style. Farley gasped as Harry slammed into her midsection. She wasn't expecting physical contact. Wizards never did. They crashed backward, directly into the massive, roaring green fireplace. Zone entered, the heart of Slytherin. The flames licked at them, but they didn't burn flesh. They burned magic. Harry grabbed the iron grate of the hearth with his glowing hand, the hand scarred with "I must not rebel." System. Harry roared, his voice amplified by the fire itself. Claim of conquest. Claim detected. User, Harry Potter, rank 99, dot. Opponent, Gemma Farley, rank 130, dot. Result, authority override. The green flames turned gold. A shockwave erupted from the fireplace, blasting farly out of the hearth and onto the floor. The other 4 prefects were knocked off their feet. House Slytherin has fallen. New administrator, Harry Potter. The fighting stopped instantly. The system froze the prefects in place. Their wands dropped from their hands. Admin command, disarm. Harry stood up in the fireplace, brushing ash off his robes. The golden fire swirled around him like a cloak. He looked terrifying. He looked like a king. He stepped out of the hearth. He walked over to the central chair, the high-backed leather throne that belonged to the head of house. He sat down. Neville, Harry said, his voice echoing through the silent, underwater room. Let the others in. I think we're holding an open house. Daphne walked up to the throne. She looked at Harry, wide-eyed. You actually did it, she whispered. You stole the house. We, Harry corrected. He leaned back, exhaustion finally hitting him. We stole it. Suddenly, the fire in the hearth flared. Not gold. Not green. Red. The flames twisted, forming a face. A face with snake-like slits for nostrils and burning red eyes. The room grew freezing cold. The UI glitching violently. Incoming transmission, rank 1. Source, unknown location. Voldemort. The face in the fire looked around the room. It saw the defeated prefects. It saw Ron nursing his arm, Hermione checking her scanner, Daphne standing by the throne. And it looked at Harry. Harry Potter, the voice hissed. It sounded like it was coming from inside Harry's skull. Harry gripped the armrests of the throne. Tom. You have been, busy, Voldemort whispered. Taking my old dormitory. Breaking my servants. Climbing my ladder. It's my ladder now, Harry said, forcing his voice to remain steady despite the terror gripping his heart. Rank 1. The pressure was unimaginable even through a projection. Voldemort laughed. It was a soft, terrible sound. You think this is power? Conquering a schoolhouse? This is a sandbox, Harry. A playpen I built to keep the children entertained. The eyes flared brighter. But I admit, you are becoming an interesting variable. The system thrives on conflict. And you? Voldemort smiled. You are excellent fertilizer. Come and get me, Harry challenged. Oh, I will, Voldemort promised. But not yet. The game is just beginning. Enjoy your throne, boy. Try not to get too comfortable. I usually skin the people who sit in my chair. The fire imploded. The face vanished. Transmission ended. Silence returned to the room. Ron walked over, looking pale. That was him. That was actually him. Yeah, Harry said. He looked at his hand. The tremor was back. Harry, Hermione said, pointing at the HUD. Look at the global feed. Harry looked up. Alert, Slytherin house status change. Owner, Harry Potter. Territory bonus acquired, plus 20% XP gain for allies. And below that, a new notification. The High Inquisitor has left the chat. Umbridge, Daphne realized. She lost her power base. She can't draw mana from the house anymore. Harry stood up. The fear from Voldemort's call was shoved down, buried under the cold determination of the player. Then she's vulnerable, Harry said. He looked at his friends. They were hurt, tired, and scared. But they were standing in the heart of enemy territory, and they had won. Rest up, Harry ordered. We have a school to run. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Blood Price, Current Location, Hogwarts, Slytherin Dungeon, Time, 2 a.m., Status, Raid Cooldown Active, the adrenaline from conquering a house doesn't last forever. Eventually, the server tick updates, the dopamine fades, and you're left sitting on a throne made of cold, uncomfortable black stone, realizing that you've just painted a target on your back the size of a Quidditch pitch. Harry sat in the head of house chair, staring at the embers of the green fire. The UI was cluttered with notifications he hadn't dismissed yet. House Slytherin, secured. Resource generation, plus 20 mana/hour. Minion loyalty, 15%, hostile, . We have a problem, Hermione said. She didn't look like a conqueror. She looked like a student who hadn't slept in 3 days and was running on caffeine and panic. She was sitting on the floor, surrounded by floating spectral charts that mapped out the global ley lines. Which problem? Harry asked, rubbing his temples. The fact that Voldemort FaceTimed us, or the fact that Umbridge is probably currently writing a decree to have us expelled via cannon fire? Neither. It's the math, Harry. Look at the mana curve. She flicked her wand, sending a glowing blue graph spinning toward him. I've been tracking the server load since the shift, Hermione explained, her voice tight. Every time a top 10 player casts a spell, Voldemort, Dumbledore, Bellatrix, the ambient magic in the atmosphere dips. It creates a vacuum. Okay, Harry said. Big spells cost big mana. That's basic mechanics. No, Harry. You don't get it. She stood up, pacing frantically. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. The system isn't generating magic. It's allocating it. For Voldemort to have infinite mana, someone else has to have 0. Harry frowned. He looked at Neville, who was sleeping against a pillar, clutching his shield. He looked at Ron, who was bandaging his arm. You're saying the system is zero-sum? I'm saying it's parasitic, Hermione whispered. I ran a trace on the Squib registry. Since the leaderboard went up, the hospitalization rate for non-magical people and low-ranking wizards has spiked by 400%. They're fading, Harry. Literally fading. The system is draining the bottom 50% to feed the god complexes of the top 1%. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dungeon temperature. It's a harvest. Exactly. And the control center for this allocation isn't here. It's not at Hogwarts. The Department of Mysteries, Harry realized. The server room, Daphne Greengrass corrected. She walked out of the shadows of the dormitory hallway. She had showered and changed into fresh combat gear, sleek, black dragon hide that blended perfectly with the dungeon aesthetic. Rank, 120. My father talks about it when he thinks I'm not listening, Daphne said, leaning against the fireplace. The unspeakables aren't researchers anymore. They're sysadmins. They maintain the edict. And deep down in the Hall of Prophecy. That's the database. Harry stood up. The black dagger on his belt seemed to hum at the mention of the department. The prophecy, Harry said. Voldemort mentioned it. He said I was an interesting variable. If the system is rigged, the prophecy isn't just a fortune cookie. It's the source code for my character file. If we get it, Ron said, waking up groggily, can we delete the patch that put the snake-face wanker in charge? We can try, Harry said. He checked his inventory. Wand, Holly, Phoenix Feather, Durability, 85%, Cloak, Legendary, Equipped. Potions, 4 health, 2 mana, 1 liquid luck, empty. We're going to the ministry, Harry announced. Tonight? Neville asked, yawning but grabbing his shield instantly. Tonight, Harry confirmed. The system resets at dawn. If we want to catch the admin sleeping, we go now. Besides, I have a feeling our guest pass for Slytherin House is about to expire. Scene 2. The fast travel glitch getting to London was supposed to be hard. The Flu network was monitored. Apparition was geolocked for students. Thestrals were too slow. But Harry was the acting head of Slytherin House. He stood in front of the fireplace. System, Harry commanded. Override Flu restrictions. Authorization, Serpent Actual. Authorization pending, error, destination, Ministry Atrium, is restricted. Rerouting, it's blocking the main entrance, Harry muttered. Try the service entrance, Luna Lovegood's voice drifted in. They all turned. Luna was standing by the window, staring out at the giant squid. She wasn't wearing armor. She was wearing her standard Ravenclaw robes, but she had a pair of spectrospecs on her face that were glowing with a frantic, strobing light. Luna Lovegood, rank, error 404, class, Oracle, Luna. Harry asked. When did you get here? I walked through the wall, Luna said simply. The collision detection on the dungeon walls is very poorly coded. You can just clip right through if you walk sideways. She turned to look at them. Through her glasses, her eyes looked huge. The Ministry isn't a building right now, Harry. It's a dungeon instance. The layout is randomized. But the toilets are a static asset. The toilets, Ron repeated blankly. We're invading the government via the loo. It's the flush network, Luna said dreamily. It connects to the maintenance pipes. Very low security because nobody wants to go there. XP yield is terrible. Harry grinned. Luna, you're a genius. He turned back to the fire. System. Destination, Ministry Maintenance Hub. Route, sewage overflow. Route confirmed. Warning, sanitation levels critical. Everyone take a breath mint, Harry said, stepping into the green flames. We're going in dirty. Scene 3, the Atrium of Silence. They spilled out of a grate in the floor of the Ministry Atrium. It didn't smell like sewage, it smelled like ozone and burning paper. The atrium was wrong. Usually, it was a bustling hub of witches and wizards. Now, it was a graveyard of bureaucracy. The golden fountain was gone. In its place stood a monolithic black obelisk that pulsed with a rhythmic, bass-heavy thrum. Cables, thick, magical cables made of glowing purple light, ran from the obelisk into the floor, like veins pumping blood into the earth. Zone entered, Ministry of Magic, Server Hub, current player count, 6, hostiles detected, auto-defense system. Stay close, Harry whispered. Cloaks up if you have them. Disillusionment if you don't. They moved across the polished black floor. Above them, the enchanted ceiling didn't show the sky. It showed code. Strings of runes cascaded down like the Matrix, detailing global mana usage, death tolls, and rank adjustments in real time. London, mana siphon, stable. Azkaban, misery index, 98%. Hogwarts, anomaly detected. That's us, Daphne pointed at the anomaly alert. We triggered a silent alarm. Then we move faster, Harry said. Elevators. They reached the golden grills. The elevators weren't moving. They were hovering, waiting. Harry punched the button for level 9. Access denied. Level 9 requires rank 50 plus clearance. I'm rank 99, Harry hissed. Let me in. Access denied. Let me try, Luna said. She stepped forward and tapped the panel with her wand. She didn't cast an unlocking charm. She tapped a rhythm. Tap tap ta tap. The panel sparked. The numbers spun backward. Debug mode activated. Elevator unlocked. How? Hermione stared at her. The password is password, Luna said airily. The developers got lazy with the legacy tech. The doors slid open. They piled in. The cart didn't just go down, it dropped. Harry's stomach lurched into his throat. The elevator plummeted past level 2, level 3, level 5. The air got colder. The cheerful paper airplanes were gone, replaced by hovering security drones, small, silver spheres with red eyes. Ding. Level 9, Department of Mysteries. Warning, physics engine unstable. The doors opened. If the atrium was the interface, this was the motherboard. The hallway was black tile, but the walls breathed. Doors floated mid-air, unattached to frames. A grandfather clock ticked backward, its hands spinning so fast they were a blur. Which door? Ron asked, gripping his wand so hard his knuckles were white. That one, Harry pointed. The one that's bleeding. At the end of the hall, a plain black door was oozing a dark, oily substance. The Hall of Prophecy, quest objective detected. Formation, Harry ordered. Neville, shield up. Daphne, cover R6. Luna, keep clipping through walls if you have to. They marched down the hall. The oil on the floor sizzled when they stepped on it. Harry pushed the door open. Scene 4, the data center. The Hall of Prophecy was vast. It was a cathedral of shelves, towering hundreds of feet into the darkness. But instead of dusty glass orbs, the spheres were glowing with intense, neon colors. Blue, green, red, gold. It looked like a server farm. The air hummed with the whisper of a million voices. Every prophecy was a recorded fate, a pre-programmed outcome for a player character. System lore, prophecies are not predictions. They are scripts. Find mine, Harry ordered. Row 97. They ran through the aisles. The numbers on the shelves weren't sequential, they were hexadecimal. Row 97 found, Hermione called out. Harry skidded to a halt. The shelf was labeled, SPT to APWBD / Dark Lord and Harry Potter. The orb was there. It wasn't glowing blue like the others. It was pulsing with a chaotic mix of gold and red light. It looked unstable. Item, the Prime Directive, corrupted, class, root key. Effect, grants user administrative override on own fate. That's it, Harry breathed. It's not a prediction. It's an override key. He reached out. Don't touch it, Potter. The voice was smooth, cultured, and dripped with malice. Harry froze. He didn't turn around. He checked his minimap. 12 red dots had just appeared on the radar. They hadn't walked in. They had spawned. Ambush detected. Death Eater Squad, Elite, dot. Harry turned slowly. Emerging from the shadows between the shelves were figures in silver masks and black combat robes. But these weren't the ragtag snatchers from Nocturne Alley. These were the whales. The pay-to-win crowd. Lucius Malfoy stood in the center, his cane tapping rhythmically on the floor. Lucius Malfoy, rank, 5, class, warlock, weapon, serpent's cane, legendary, flanking him were others. McNair, rank 25. Dolohov, rank 18. Rookwood, rank 22. Rank 5, Harry noted. That's a big number, Lucius. Daddy Voldemort must be feeding you well. The Dark Lord rewards loyalty, Lucius said, removing his mask. His face was pale, his eyes cold. Something you wouldn't understand. Now, be a good boy and hand over the orb. It's a restricted item. Not for children. I think I'll keep it, Harry said, his hand closing around the prophecy. Warmth flooded his arm. Item acquired. System alert, root access requested, downloading, get him. Lucius snapped. The Death Eaters raised their wands. Scatter. Harry yelled. Stupefy. Avada Kedavra. Reducto. The aisle exploded. Glass shards rained down like diamond hail. Spells ricocheted off the shelves, triggering random prophecies that screamed out their contents before shattering. Harry dove behind a shelf, the green light of a killing curse singing the top of his hair. Return fire. Harry commanded into the comms. Reducto. Ron bellowed from the next aisle. Ron didn't aim for the Death Eaters. He aimed for the shelf above Lucius. The massive structure groaned and collapsed. Thousands of orbs cascaded down on the Death Eaters. My data! Rookwood screamed as he was buried under an avalanche of glass. Nice shot! Daphne yelled, firing ice spikes into the dust cloud. They're flustered. Neville shouted, his shield absorbing a purple curse from Dolohov. They expect us to be scared. We are scared. Hermione shrieked, returning fire with a vicious blasting curse. But we're also leveling up. Harry sprinted down the cross aisle. He needed space. He needed to upload the key. Download progress, 15%, running away, Potter. A figure blurred in front of him. Antonin Dolohov. Dolohov, rank, 18, specialty, purple flame, unblockable, die, Dolohov grunted, slashing his wand. A whip of purple fire lashed out. Harry knew that spell. Hermione had warned him. It caused internal organ failure on contact. No shield worked. Harry didn't shield. He slid. He dropped to his knees, sliding under the whip. As he passed Dolohov, he thrust the black dagger upward. SHNK. He didn't hit a vital organ, but he slashed Dolohov's thigh. Effect applied, withering curse. Dolohov's speed reduced by 40%. Dolohov roared, stumbling. Harry scrambled up and kept running. Keep moving. Don't let them pin you down. The battle was chaotic. The DA was holding its own, barely. Neville was a brick wall, tanking shots that should have killed him. Luna was weaving through spells like she was dancing, her strange movements confusing the targeting AI of the Death Eaters. We're winning. Ron yelled, sounding surprised. Harry, we're actually pushing them back. And then, the temperature dropped. Not the cold of a Dementor. The cold of the grave. The shelves stopped shaking. The noise of battle died down, suffocated by a heavy, oppressive silence. A laugh echoed through the hall. It was high, mocking, and utterly insane. Warning. 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 The HUD flashed red. Strobe light red. Boss entity detected. Rank, single digit. Harry stopped running. He turned to face the main aisle. The Death Eaters were backing away. Even Lucius looked nervous. A woman walked out of the shadows. She wore a dress of tattered black lace that looked like it was made of shadows and dried blood. Her hair was a wild, curly halo. Her eyes were heavy-lidded, dark pits of amusement. Bellatrix Lestrange. Above her head, the number burned in a font that looked like it was carved from bone. Bellatrix Lestrange, the torturer, rank, 7, weight. The board said 4 earlier. She must have been surpassed by someone. Or she gave power away. No. Rank 7. She didn't raise her wand. She twirled it. Itty bitty baby Potter, she cooed. The voice was the same as the echo in the gauntlet, but deeper. Richer. More terrifying because it was real. Playing with my master's toys. Bellatrix, Harry said. His voice didn't shake. He wouldn't let it. You broke my favorite cousin's nose, she said, pouting. Draco has been crying for days. Aunt Sissy is distraught. Her face snapped from pout to snarl in a microsecond. Give me the orb. The force of her voice hit Harry like a physical punch. HP, 10%, just from the shout. Go to hell, Harry spat. Bellatrix smiled. I live there. She flicked her wand. There was no incantation. No light. The floor beneath Harry simply ceased to exist. Gravity inverted. Harry fell upward, slamming into the ceiling 50 feet above. Impact damage, critical. HP, 60%, he groaned, sticking to the stone ceiling. Harry. Hermione screamed. Focus on your own dance partners. Bellatrix laughed, sending a casual wave of force that knocked Ron, Hermione, and Neville off their feet. She looked up at Harry. Come down here and play. She yanked her hand down. Harry fell. 50 feet. He panicked. Arresto momentum. The spell slowed him, but Bellatrix was already there. She caught him by the throat before his feet touched the ground. Her grip was iron. Status, grappled, unbreakable, ... You have Sirius's eyes, she whispered, staring into his face. I'm going to gouge them out. Harry couldn't breathe. He kicked at her, but it was like kicking a statue. Expel, he choked out. Oh, hush. She tapped his forehead with her wand. Crucio. The world turned white. It wasn't like the cut on his hand. This was every nerve ending in his body being dipped in acid and set on fire. It was a pain so absolute that it erased thought. It erased strategy. It erased the system UI. There was only the scream. Harry screamed until his throat bled. Bellatrix held him there, watching him twitch, a look of orgasmic delight on her face. Look at him, she shrieked to the other Death Eaters. Look at the hero. He breaks so easily. HP, 30%. 25%. 20%, Harry's vision was tunneling. The download progress bar for the prophecy was stuck at 45%. I'm going to die, Harry thought. This is it. No respawn. The pain stopped abruptly as Bellatrix threw him across the room. He crashed into a stone dais, the prophecy orb rolling out of his hand. It didn't break. It pulsed weakly. Harry lay there, gasping, his body spasming with aftershocks. He couldn't lift his wand. His mana was 0. Bellatrix stalked toward him. Boring. I thought you were the chosen one. She raised her wand for the killing blow. Avada. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of his parents. He thought of Ron and Hermione. He thought of Sirius. Sirius. The mirror. The two-way mirror Sirius had given him. It was in his pocket. Harry's hand twitched. He moved it, agonizingly slow, toward his pocket. Goodbye, Harry, Bellatrix smiled. Coo. Suddenly, the mirror in Harry's pocket vibrated. It got hot. A beam of light, pure, silver light, erupted from Harry's pocket. It wasn't a spell. It was a projection. The beam hit Bellatrix in the chest, knocking her back 2 steps. What? She snarled, shielding her eyes. The light coalesced. It formed a shape. A man. He looked gaunt. He looked like a corpse. He was wearing tattered prison robes. But the eyes were blazing. Entity detected, Sirius Black, location, Azkaban, remote projection, rank, -5000, void, get away from my godson, the projection of Sirius said. His voice sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well, distorted and heavy. Bellatrix's eyes went wide. Sirius? You broke the quarantine. You're projecting from the negative zone. That's suicide. It will burn your soul to ash. I don't care, Sirius growled. He raised a spectral hand. He didn't have a wand. In the negative zone, you became the magic. Get up, Harry, Sirius commanded. Harry forced his eyes open. Sirius? The mirror acts as a bridge, Sirius said, his ghost flickering. I'm channeling my life force to hold the door open. It won't last long. Move. Bellatrix screamed in rage. I killed you in spirit. Now I'll kill you in data. She fired a curse at the projection. The green light passed through Sirius harmlessly. You can't kill a ghost, Bella, Sirius laughed. It was a bark-like laugh. He lunged at her. He couldn't touch her physically, but his negative rank interacted with her positive rank. Matter versus antimatter. When Sirius passed through Bellatrix, the system screamed. Error, rank overflow. Collision detected between rank 7 and rank -5000. Calculation impossible. Initiating crash dump. The air shattered. Reality cracked like a broken screen. The colors inverted. The black shelves turned white. The blue spells turned orange. Bellatrix shrieked as her rank numbers started to bleed, dripping down her face like black ink. My power. What are you doing? Resetting the board, Sirius roared. He looked at Harry. Run. Take the orb and run. Harry grabbed the glowing orb. He forced his body to move. The adrenaline of the glitch gave him a second wind. Everyone. Retreat. Harry yelled, his voice sounding robotic in the distorted air. The DA members were scrambling up. The Death Eaters were frozen, staring at their hands as their wands turned into glitchy polygons. Harry looked back at Sirius. The projection was fading. Sirius. I'm proud of you, Sirius whispered. Keep climbing, kid. Don't let the bastards win. The projection dissolved into static. Connection lost. But the damage was done. The crash was spreading. A tear in reality opened up in the center of the room. A void. And from that void, something stepped out. It wasn't a wizard. It wasn't a ghost. It was a humanoid figure made entirely of gray geometry. Faceless. Featureless. No rank number. Entity, the Arbiter, rank, admin, the Arbiter looked at the chaos. It looked at Bellatrix, who was clutching her head. It looked at the Death Eaters. And then it looked at Harry. Harry felt a sensation he had never felt before. Being scanned. Anomaly detected, the Arbiter spoke. Its voice wasn't sound, it was text scrolling across Harry's vision. Interference with ranking protocols. Illegal connection to negative zone. The Arbiter raised a gray hand. Purge. A wave of white light swept toward them. Apparate. Harry screamed. Break the anti-apparition jinx. The system is down. The rules are suspended. Hermione grabbed Ron. Neville grabbed Luna. Daphne grabbed Harry. Side along. Daphne yelled. They turned on their heels. Usually, you can't apparate inside the ministry. But Sirius's collision had crashed the security firewall. Crack. Just as the white light of the Arbiter swept over the spot where they stood, they vanished. Scene 5, the safe house. They landed hard on a wooden floor. Dust flew everywhere. Grim old place. They collapsed in a heap in the hallway. The portrait of Mrs. Black started screaming, but her voice was muffled, like she was underwater. Harry rolled onto his back, clutching the prophecy orb to his chest. He was shaking. The aftershocks of the Cruciatus were still firing in his nerves. We made it, Ron gasped, coughing up dust. Hermione scrambled over to Harry. Harry. Your stats. You're in critical condition. She tapped his chest with her wand. HP, 12%, mana, 0%, status, Cruciatus aftermath, severe, ... I'm fine, Harry lied, sitting up. The world spun. Daphne was standing by the door, checking the locks. She looked shaken. Even the Ice Queen had cracked. What was that? Daphne whispered. That gray thing. The Arbiter. The system admin, Luna said. She was sitting on the stairs, adjusting her spectrospecs. They were smoking slightly. It's the immune system. We're the virus. Harry looked at the prophecy orb in his hands. It had stopped pulsing. The download was complete. Download complete. File unlocked, the Chosen One Protocol. Harry tapped the orb. A holographic projection sprang up. It wasn't Trelawney's voice. It was a mechanical, synthesized voice. The voice of the system itself. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. It paused. Then, a line of code appeared that wasn't in the original prophecy. System note, power he knows not equals sacrificial magic override. Mechanic explained, the system is powered by the many to elevate the few. To destroy the system, the user must invert the flow. Not siphon, but give. Harry stared at the text. Invert the flow, Harry whispered. What does that mean? Ron asked. It means, Hermione said, her voice trembling as she realized the implications, that Voldemort wins by taking. He takes rank, he takes life, he takes magic. He stacks it all on himself. And to beat him, Harry said, closing his hand over the orb, I can't just be stronger than him. I can't just outrank him. He looked at his friends. Battered. Bruised. Loyal. I have to break the ladder, Harry said. I have to give the power back. He stood up, using the wall for support. The pain was still there, but the fear was gone. He had seen the admin. He had seen the glitch. He knew the game was rigged. So he was going to flip the table. Sirius is in the negative zone, Harry said. He's being drained to keep the top ranks high. We need to get him out. How? Neville asked. You saw him. He's a ghost. We need to crash the server for good, Harry said. We need to go to war. He looked at the HUD. Quest updated, the revolution. Objective, dethrone the top 10. Current rank, 99. Harry tapped the decline button on the quest. What are you doing? Daphne asked. I'm not doing the quest, Harry said. I'm changing the objective. He typed into the quest log. It shouldn't have been possible, but with the prophecy key in his inventory, the text box accepted his input. New objective, kill the Arbiter. Harry smiled. It was a bloody, dangerous smile. Rest up, Harry said. We just pissed off God. Tomorrow, he's sending the flood. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, System Override. The room of requirement didn't look like a classroom anymore. It looked like a high-tech bunker designed by a paranoid warlock who had played too many first-person shooters. The walls were lined with reinforced concrete and shimmering with silencing wards that hummed at a frequency just on the edge of hearing. In the center of the room, a holographic map of the wizarding world floated above a tactical table, glowing with red and green dots. But the most important thing in the room wasn't the map. It was the training dummy. Or rather, the shattered remains of what used to be a training dummy. Harry Potter stood over the pile of splintered wood and twisted metal, his chest heaving. Sweat dripped from his nose onto the floor. Above his head, the golden text, rank, 99, pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light, but his mana bar was flashing yellow. Stamina, 35%, mana, 40%, current status, overheated, again, Harry said. Harry, the dummy is sawdust, Hermione said from the corner. She was sitting cross-legged on a floating cushion, surrounded by a whirlwind of open books and scrolling spectral displays. Rank, 6100. She looked exhausted, her hair a frizzy disaster, but her eyes were locked on a stream of data cascading down from the ceiling. Spawn another one, Harry commanded. A higher level. That one folded after 2 hits. That was a level 60 obsidian golem, Ron pointed out from the weapons rack, where he was trying to fit a scope onto his wand. Most people would need a siege engine to scratch it. You punched through its chest with a banishing charm. It was slow, Harry muttered, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Voldemort isn't slow. Bellatrix isn't slow. The Arbiter. He trailed off. The memory of the gray, faceless entity in the Department of Mysteries flashed in his mind. The way it had simply looked at them and reality had started to uninstall itself. The Arbiter is an admin, Hermione said, not looking up. You can't out-DPS an admin, Harry. We've been over this. It has infinite health because it's not a unit, it's the code enforcement. Everything has a hitbox, Harry argued, turning away from the pile of debris. I just need to find it. He walked over to the tactical table. The map showed England. The red zones were expanding. Malfoy Manor. The Ministry. Azkaban. We need to grind, Harry said. We hit rank 99 because of the house bonus and the heir title. But those are temporary buffs or situational. My base stats, my core strength, it's still lagging. If I lose the Black Dagger, or if I lose Slytherin House, I drop back to rank 109. I need to be rank 50 naturally. That would take months of farming Nocturne Alley, Daphne said. She was leaning against a pillar of conjured marble, sharpening a knife. Not a magical knife, a mundane, steel combat knife. She figured if the system could block magic, it might forget to block cold steel. Rank, 120. She looked cool, composed, but there was a tightness around her eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. We don't have months, Harry said. We have maybe days before they figure out how to breach this room. We need an exploit. I found one, Hermione said softly. The room went quiet. Ron dropped the scope. Neville, who had been practicing shield bashes in the far corner, lowered his silver bulwark. What? Harry asked. Hermione stood up. She waved her wand, and the data stream expanded, filling the air with complex arithmancy equations and rune chains. It's in the wagering protocol, she explained, pointing to a block of text that was glowing red. Usually, when you duel, you bet rank points. Winner takes a percentage of the loser's standing. That's the standard economy. Right, Ron said. We know that. That's why Malfoy is crying in the bathroom. But, Hermione continued, her voice trembling slightly, the system allows 4 alternative currencies in high-stakes matches where rank is insufficient collateral. If you don't have enough points to cover a challenge, you can bet other things. Like gold? Neville asked. No. Like attributes, Hermione said. Strength. Dexterity. Magic core density. She looked at Harry. And memory files. Harry stared at the text. Wager accepted, memory engram, emotional weight, dot. You can bet memories? Harry asked. Not just the memory, Hermione corrected. The emotional impact of the memory. The system consumes the trauma, the joy, the feeling attached to the data to fuel the XP gain. It's high-yield fuel. The more intense the emotion, the higher the multiplier. So if I win? Harry started. You get a massive XP injection, instant leveling, Hermione said. And you keep the memory, but the sting is gone. It becomes just data. Cold facts. And if I lose? The system takes the memory, Hermione whispered. It deletes it. And it takes a chunk of your sanity with it. It's called a lobotomy wager. Silence stretched across the room. It was a horrific mechanic. It was gambling with your soul. Harry looked at his hands. They were steady. I have a lot of bad memories, Harry said quietly. Harry, no, Daphne said, stepping forward. That's dangerous. You're talking about carving pieces out of your head to power level. I'm talking about efficiency, Harry countered, his voice hard. I have nightmares every night, Greengrass. Diggory dying. My parents screaming. The graveyard. If I can turn that garbage into power. If I can turn my trauma into a weapon. That's not dangerous. That's recycling. He looked at Hermione. Set it up. Harry. Hermione warned. Set it up, Hermione. That's an order from your party leader. Hermione flinched. The system recognized the command structure. She couldn't refuse a direct order regarding training protocols unless it was visibly suicidal. This was borderline, but technically legal. Fine, she snapped. But don't come crying to me when you forget what your mother's voice sounds like. She waved her wand. The floor in the center of the room shifted. The concrete cracked and rearranged itself into a raised dueling platform. A barrier of shimmering blue energy erected itself around the perimeter. The grinding floor, mode, high stakes, memory files, Harry vaulted onto the platform. He rolled his neck, cracking the tension. He felt light. Who's first? Harry asked. The DA members looked at each other. They were terrified. Not of the duel, but of what Harry was doing. I'll go, Ron said, stepping up. His face was grim. He climbed into the ring. Someone has to knock some sense into you. Wager? Harry asked. The system prompt appeared between them. Harry selected a file from his mind. It was heavy. Black. Oily. Selected, the death of Cedric Diggory. Emotional weight, critical. Potential XP yield, 5,000. I bet the graveyard, Harry said. If I win, I get 5,000 XP and I stop seeing his dead eyes every time I blink. If you win, Ron, you take my rank points. All of them. Ron swallowed hard. I don't want your points, Harry. I just want my best mate back. Then beat me, Harry said coldly. Duel initiated. Ron didn't wait. He knew Harry was faster. He went for area denial. Incendio Tria. Ron slammed his wand down. A wave of fire erupted from the floor, sweeping toward Harry. It was a good cast. Wide, hot, hard to dodge. Harry didn't dodge. He stepped into the fire. The flames licked at his robes, singeing the fabric, but Harry's aura flared, a visible, jagged coating of magic that acted as a heat shield. He ignored the burn. He ignored the pain. Too slow, Harry said. He waved his hand. He didn't even use a wand movement. Depulso. The banishing charm hit the wall of fire and reversed it. The flames roared back toward Ron. Ron's eyes widened. Protego. His shield flared blue. The fire hit it, wrapping around the sphere. Harry was already moving. He burst through the flames like a demon, his wand tip glowing purple. Defindo. He slashed. Not at Ron, but at Ron's shield. The cutting curse sliced through the magical barrier like it was paper. The shield shattered into sparks. Ron stumbled back. Harry, wait, Harry didn't wait. He spun, delivering a roundhouse kick to Ron's chest. The system amplified the kinetic force. Thud. Ron flew backward, crashing into the barrier. He slid down, gasping for air. Critical hit. Opponent stunned. Harry walked over. He pointed his wand at Ron's forehead. Do you yield? You're crazy, Ron wheezed. I yield. Victory. Payout processed. Harry felt a strange sensation in his head. A pressure release. Like a sinus headache suddenly clearing. He thought about Cedric. He saw the green light. He saw the body fall. But he felt nothing. No guilt. No horror. Just the facts. Subject, Diggory. Status, deceased. Cause, Avada Kedavra. And then, the rush. Golden energy flooded his veins. His muscles tightened. His magic core expanded, vibrating with new density. XP gained, 5,000. Level up. Base attributes increased. Harry laughed. It was a short, sharp sound. It works. It actually works. He turned to the rest of the room. His eyes were bright, too bright. Next. An hour later, the room smelled like ozone and burnt hair. Harry was a blur of motion. He had fought Neville. He had fought Fred and George simultaneously. He had fought Luna. He had bet the memory of the Dursleys locking him in the cupboard. 1. He had bet the terror of the basilisk. 1. He had bet the humiliation of the Yule Ball. 1. With every win, he got faster. Stronger. His spells were becoming instantaneous. He wasn't casting anymore, he was willing effects into existence. Current streak, 12 wins. XP accumulated, 45,000. Rank, 99, solidified, . Projected rank, 85. I can feel it, Harry said, pacing the ring like a caged tiger. He wasn't even out of breath. I'm getting closer to the threshold. I need a big one. I need a high-value target. He looked at the group. They were battered. Neville was nursing a bruised shoulder. Fred was icing a burn. They looked at Harry with fear. Harry, stop, Hermione pleaded. She was crying. You're stripping yourself bare. You look hollow. I look efficient, Harry corrected. Who's next? Nobody stepped forward. Cowards, Harry sneered. The system twisted his face into something ugly. I'm trying to save you, and you won't even help me grind. I'll help. Daphne Greengrass stepped up to the platform. She dropped her cloak. She was wearing her dueling leathers, form-fitting and covered in small, silver runes. She looked calm. Cold. Daphne, Harry said, nodding. Finally. A challenge. I'm not here to challenge you, Harry, Daphne said, climbing into the ring. I'm here to stop you. You can try. Wager? Daphne asked. Her voice was steady, but her hand gripped her wand tightly. I bet the memory of the Mirror of Erist, Harry said. Seeing my parents. Wanting them back. Hermione gasped. Harry. No. That's the only thing keeping you grounded. It's a weakness, Harry said. It makes me hesitate. I bet the desire for family. Accepted, Daphne said. And your wager? Harry asked. Daphne looked him in the eyes. Her blue eyes were piercing. I bet my love for you. Harry froze. The room went dead silent. What? Harry whispered. You heard me, Daphne said. Her voice didn't waver. I bet the fact that I'm falling in love with you. If you win, you take it. You delete it. I won't care about you anymore. I'll just be your soldier. Isn't that what you want? Efficiency? Harry stared at her. The system prompt hovered between them, glowing and angry, warning red. Wager detected, romantic bond, developing, . Value, priceless. Warning, irreversible. You're bluffing, Harry said. Am I? Daphne raised her wand. Duel me, Potter. Let's see who loses more. Duel initiated. Harry hesitated. For the first time all night, he hesitated. Daphne didn't. Glacius Maxima. A spike of ice the size of a telephone pole erupted from the floor, aiming straight for Harry's chest. Harry reacted on instinct. He didn't block, he teleported. A short-range apparition, pop, reappearing 5 feet to the left. You're hesitating. Daphne yelled. She was relentless. She spun, firing a volley of ice shards like a machine gun. Chink chink chink. Harry deflected them with quick, sharp flicks of his wand. Stop it, Daphne. Cancel the wager. I can't, she screamed, closing the distance. She switched to close-quarters combat. She slashed her wand like a saber, a blade of condensed frost extending from the tip. Harry parried. Their wands clashed, sparks showering down. Fight me. Daphne shouted, her face inches from his. You want to be a monster? Prove it. Take my feelings and delete them. Do it. Harry looked into her eyes. He saw the fear there. She was terrified that he would actually do it. She was gambling everything on the hope that there was still a human being inside the number. Harry shoved her back. He raised his wand. He could do it. He could blast her off the platform. He could win the XP. He could become the perfect weapon. He looked at the prompt. Execute win condition. He looked at Daphne. Harry started. The air in the room changed. It wasn't the magic. It was the physics. The blue barrier around the dueling ring flickered. Then it turned gray. Then it vanished. The concrete floor began to dissolve into static. The tactical map glitching out, the red dots turning into skulls. System alert, unauthorized zone detected. Security breach. The admin has entered the server. No, Hermione whispered. The wall at the far end of the room of requirement didn't explode. It simply ceased to be. 1 second it was stone, the next, it was a void of swirling binary code. And stepping through the void was the Arbiter. It was bigger than before. It seemed to fill the room, its gray, featureless form towering over them. It didn't walk, it glided, the floor rendering beneath its feet only as it touched it. Found you, the voice boomed. It vibrated in their teeth. Harry forgot the duel. He forgot the wager. He spun toward the threat. Daphne, move. Harry yelled. The Arbiter raised a hand. Delete. A beam of white light shot toward Daphne. Harry didn't think. He didn't calculate XP. He didn't check his rank. He dove. He tackled Daphne, knocking her off the platform just as the beam hit the space where she had been standing. The platform was erased. Not broken, gone. A perfect spherical hole appeared in the reality of the room. Harry and Daphne hit the floor hard. Harry rolled, coming up on one knee, his wand raised. Everyone. Defense pattern Delta. Harry roared. It's the admin. Ron yelled, firing a reductor curse. The red spell hit the Arbiter's chest and vanished. Absorbed. Invalid input, the Arbiter droned. Magic is a subroutine. I control the source. It swept its arm. The weapons rack turned into a flock of birds. The tactical table turned into water. The physics were being rewritten in real time. It's modding the environment. Luna shouted, her spectrospecs flashing wildly. It's removing the floor collision. Suddenly, Neville sank into the stone like it was quicksand. Help. I'm clipping. Hermione. Counter code. Harry yelled. I can't. Hermione was frantically waving her wand, trying to stabilize the room. It has root access. I can't override it. The Arbiter turned its faceless head toward Harry. Anomaly, Potter. You are corrupting the database. Purging now. It pointed a finger. A massive cursor, an actual, glowing arrow, appeared over Harry's head. Target locked. Initiating ban. Harry felt a pressure unlike anything he had ever known. It wasn't pain. It was the sensation of being unmade. His hands started to fade. He could see through his own skin. Harry. Daphne screamed, grabbing his fading arm. Her touch burned. Let go. Harry gasped. It'll take you too. No. She held on. You wouldn't take my wager. I'm not letting you take the ban. Harry looked at the Arbiter. He felt the anger rising. Not the cold, calculated anger of the grind. The hot, messy, human anger. My room. My friends. My game. System. Harry roared. Command not recognized. User blocked. I'm not asking. Harry yelled. He reached into his inventory. He didn't pull out a weapon. He pulled out the prophecy orb. The admin key. It was glowing so bright it burned his fingers. If you want to delete me, Harry snarled, you have to delete the plot. He smashed the orb on the floor. It didn't break like glass. It exploded like a data bomb. Raw, unrefined narrative code flooded the room. The prophecy, the script of the universe, was released into the local environment. System error, narrative overflow. Conflicting protocols, chosen one, cannot be deleted until endgame. The Arbiter froze. The white light flickering. Error. Plot armor detected. Cannot override core script. The entity twitched. It was confused. The system had rules, and Harry had just slammed a must survive rule onto the table. Now. Harry yelled. Attack it while it's processing. But magic doesn't work. Ron yelled. Don't use magic. Harry shouted. Use the glitch. Harry grabbed the black dagger. He poured everything he had into it, his mana, his stamina, the XP he had just farmed from his trauma. He didn't cast a spell. He didn't try to cut the Arbiter. He visualized the one thing an admin fears. Corruption. He imagined the negative zone. He imagined Sirius. He imagined the numbers bleeding. He threw the dagger. The blade spun through the air, trailing a wake of black static. It hit the Arbiter in the chest. It didn't pierce. It merged. Virus uploaded. Source, House of Black. Type, Chaos. The Arbiter screeched. It was a sound like metal tearing. Unauthorized. Unauthorized. The gray geometry began to crack. Black veins spread from the dagger impact site. The entity thrashed, smashing the walls, trying to eject the foreign code. It's crashing. Luna cheered. It's not enough. Daphne yelled. It's regenerating. The cracks were sealing. The Arbiter was adapting. It reached for the dagger to pull it out. Harry realized he needed one more push. He needed to overload the processor. He looked at the dueling platform. The wager. The memories. He hadn't cashed them out. They were still floating in the buffer. The pain of the Dursleys. The horror of the basilisk. The grief of the graveyard. Hermione. Harry yelled. The ante. Transfer it to the Arbiter. What? You'll lose the XP. Do it. Hermione slashed her wand. Transfer wager. The stream of data, the dark, heavy cloud of Harry's trauma, shot from the platform and slammed into the Arbiter's open wound. The admin stopped moving. It wasn't built to feel. It was built to calculate. Suddenly, it was processing 10 years of abuse, fear, and grief in a nanosecond. Data type unknown. Emotion. Suffering. Overload. Overload. The Arbiter clawed at its own face. It fell to its knees, or what passed for knees. The room shook violently. System crash. Boom. The Arbiter exploded. Not into gore, but into code. A shockwave of blue and gold binary blasted outward, knocking everyone flat. The room went dark. Then, Slowly, the emergency lights flickered on. The walls were scarred. The floor was missing in patches. But the gray entity was gone. In the center of the crater where it had stood, a single glowing object hovered. A pair of glasses. Or rather, a monocle made of pure light. Harry crawled toward it. His body felt heavy. He had lost the XP. He was back to base stats. He reached out and grabbed the monocle. It dissolved into his hand. Boss defeated, fragment of the Arbiter. Loot acquired, developer eyes. Passive skill unlocked, the debugger. Harry blinked. The world changed. He didn't just see the room. He saw the wireframe. He saw the HP bars of the walls, 300/10,000. He saw the mana cooldowns on his friends. He looked at Daphne. Above her head, he saw more than just her rank. Daphne Greengrass, rank, 120, HP, 85%, mana, 40%, status, relieved. Hidden stat, affection level, 95/100, dot. Harry blinked again, and the extra data faded, leaving just the normal view. He could toggle it. Harry? Daphne whispered. She was sitting in the rubble, wiping dust from her face. Are you okay? Harry sat up. He felt tired. But human. I lost the XP, Harry said. All that grinding. Gone. You kept your soul, Daphne said, crawling over to him. She grabbed his collar and pulled him close. You idiot. You absolute moron. I had a plan, Harry mumbled. Your plan was to feed your nightmares to a god, Daphne said. She looked angry, but her hand was gentle on his face. Don't do that again. I can't promise that, Harry said. Then I'll just have to watch you. She leaned in. It wasn't a movie kiss. It was desperate, adrenaline-fueled, and tasted like dust and blood. Harry kissed her back, feeling the tether to humanity snap back into place. Romantic bond confirmed. Partnership buff, ride or die. Plus 10% stats when fighting together. Guys, Ron groaned from a pile of rubble. Can we do the kissing later? The room is literally leaking internet. Harry pulled away, grinning weakly. He stood up, helping Daphne to her feet. He activated his new sight, the debugger. He looked through the walls of the castle. He could see the outlines of students sleeping. He could see the patrolling teachers. And way in the distance, high up in the headmaster's tower, he saw a glowing gold aura. Albus Dumbledore, rank, 2, status, preparing for endgame. Debuff detected, cursed hand, timer, 2 weeks, dot. Harry's heart stopped. Dumbledore, Harry whispered. He's dying. What? Hermione asked, scrambling to her feet. I can see it, Harry said, pointing at the ceiling. His timer is running out. And Snape. He scanned the castle. He found Snape in the dungeons. Severus Snape, rank, 55, current objective, protect the boy. Hidden objective, kill the master. Harry lowered his hand. The information was overwhelming. The board is set, Harry said, his voice turning cold again. Voldemort isn't waiting for the end of the year. He's making his move now. How do you know? Neville asked. Because, Harry said, looking at the global leaderboard through the ceiling, seeing the data streams that were invisible to everyone else. The server reset is scheduled for tomorrow night. Event, the Battle of the Astronomy Tower. Start time, 2400 hours. We have 24 hours, Harry announced. We aren't hiding anymore. We aren't grinding. He looked at his team. They were beaten, bloody, but alive. And they looked ready. Tomorrow, Harry said, we kill the king. Chapter 6 end. Chapter 7, Chapter 7, The Battle of the Astronomy Tower. The HUD didn't care about atmosphere. It didn't care that the sky outside Hogwarts was a swirling vortex of unnatural charcoal clouds, or that the air tasted like copper and impending doom. The HUD only cared about the countdown. Event timer, 15 minutes, threat level, critical, server status, unstable. Harry stood on the balcony of the Gryffindor common room, looking out over the grounds. But he wasn't looking with normal eyes anymore. Since looting the developer eyes from the Arbiter fragment, the world looked like a wireframe schematic overlaid with burning neon data. He could see the structural integrity of the castle walls, 100%. He could see the mana ley lines pulsing under the grass like glowing blue veins. And, most terrifyingly, he could see the enemy signatures before they even arrived. "They're not attacking the gates," Harry said, his voice flat. He tapped the side of his glasses. The monocle he'd absorbed was now a permanent passive toggle. "The wards on the perimeter are green. No stress fractures." "Then how do they get in?" Ron asked. He was strapping on his chaser armor, checking the fit of the iron plates. Ron Weasley, rank, 5900, class, brawler. He looked ready to punch a hole through a brick wall. "They don't break in," Harry murmured, his gaze snapping to the 7th floor. "They're already here." Through the stone walls, through the layers of ancient magic, Harry saw a singularity. A distinct, purple tear in the fabric of the castle's code. It was located in the room of requirement. Detected, unauthorized server bridge. Source, vanishing cabinet, paired, dot. Status, active. "Draco," Harry hissed. He didn't fix the cabinet. He created a backdoor. "A backdoor?" Hermione asked, frantically organizing potions into her bandolier. Hermione Granger, rank, 6100, class, tactician. "You mean he bypassed the anti-apparition jinx?" "Worse. He linked 2 zones directly. It's a fast travel point." Harry turned to them, his eyes glowing with the faint blue light of the interface. "They're spawning inside the castle. Right now." As if on cue, a massive boom shook the floor. Not from outside, but from above. "Alert, zone breached. Hostiles detected, 20+, average rank, 150+, Daphne," Harry commanded. Daphne Greengrass stepped out of the shadows. She was fully geared up, her wand in one hand and a menacingly sharp bicycle conjured in the other. Daphne Greengrass, rank, 120, status, ride or die. "Orders?" she asked coolly. "Take the DA. Secure the corridors on the 7th floor. Don't let them spread out. Choke point tactics." "And you?" "I'm going to the tower," Harry said, looking up at the highest spire of the castle. "Dumbledore is up there. And according to my HUD, his HP is dropping. Target, Albus Dumbledore, HP, 15%, debuff, Withering Curse, accelerated, he's dying," Harry, Hermione whispered, seeing Harry's expression. "Not if I get there first," Harry growled. He checked his own stats. Harry Potter, rank, 99, mana, 100%, special, debugger mode active. Move out. Scene 2, the hallway of death. The corridor outside the room of requirement was a slaughterhouse of spellfire. Harry sprinted ahead of the group, his speed boosted by the air of black, agility passive. He turned the corner and skidded to a halt. Draco Malfoy was standing by the open door of the room. He looked sick. Pale, sweating, his wand shaking in his hand. But behind him, pouring out of the cabinet like oil, were the Death Eaters. And leading them was a nightmare. Fenrir Greyback, rank, 88, class, Apex Predator, passive, cannibalism, heels on bite. Greyback didn't use a wand. He barely looked human. He was a mass of muscle and fur, his teeth filed to points. "Fresh meat," Greyback roared. The system amplified his voice, causing a fear debuff to ripple through the air. Stupefy. Draco shouted, aiming at Harry. Harry didn't even shield. He saw the trajectory of the spell, a red line in the air, before Draco finished the incantation. Harry sidestepped. The red light splashed harmlessly against the stone. You're lagging, Draco, Harry said. He raised his wand. He didn't use a stunner. He used a physics exploit he'd been practicing. Depulso. He aimed at the floor directly in front of Greyback. The stone exploded upward. The shockwave hit the werewolf mid-stride, launching him backward into the line of incoming Death Eaters. Collision damage, minus 400 HP. Duh. Suppression fire. Daphne's voice rang out from behind Harry. A volley of spells erupted from the Gryffindor reinforcement team. Red, blue, and yellow lights filled the hallway. Ginny Weasley, rank 3,500, was firing Reducto curses with frightening accuracy. Neville Longbottom, rank 8,800, was standing in the front line, his massive shield absorbing hits that would have vaporized a lesser wizard. Go, Harry! Neville shouted, gritting his teeth as a purple curse slammed into his shield. We'll hold the line. Harry nodded. He couldn't get bogged down in a mob fight. He needed to get to the boss. He activated the Cloak of the Third Brother. Whoosh! He vanished from the visible spectrum. But with the debugger active, he could still see himself as a wireframe ghost. He sprinted through the melee. He dodged a jet of green light from Electo Caro, rank 190. He vaulted over a stunned 6th year. He ran up the wall for 3 steps to bypass a pool of cursed fire. He reached the spiral staircase leading to the astronomy tower. It was blocked. A barrier of shimmering black energy sealed the entrance. Barrier type, Dark Mark Seal. REQ, rank 50 plus or Dark Mark to enter. Get out of my way, Harry snarled. He drew the black dagger. The blade seemed to drink the light from the torches. He stabbed the barrier. Screech. The energy field screamed like a dying animal. The dagger was an admin key for chaos magic. It didn't solve the puzzle, it broke the lock. The black energy shattered into pixels. Harry kicked the door open and began to climb. Scene 3, the chessboard. The stairs were steep, winding up into the dark. Harry's lungs burned, but he forced himself to run faster. The HUD was flashing warnings. Alert, Dumbledore HP critical, 10%, dot. Alert, multiple hostiles approaching tower. He burst onto the observation deck of the astronomy tower. The wind was howling up here, whipping Harry's invisible cloak around his legs. The sky was an open wound, the dark mark hanging directly above them, bathing the tower in sickly green light. And there he was. Albus Dumbledore. The old man was leaning against the ramparts, looking frail. His blackened, withered hand was clutching his chest. But above his head, the number was still blinding. Albus Dumbledore, rank 2, title, the Archmage, mana infinite. He wasn't weak because he was out of power. He was weak because the system was eating him from the inside out. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. He didn't look surprised. I asked you not to come. Harry ripped off the cloak. You didn't ask. You tried to bench me. He walked toward Dumbledore, scanning the headmaster with the debugger. The data was horrifying. Curse progression, 95%, status, acceptance. Objective, sacrifice. You're planning to die, Harry accused, his voice trembling with rage. I can see it, Professor. Your objective marker. You're throwing the match. Dumbledore smiled, a sad, weary expression. Death is not a defeat, Harry. It is a strategic withdrawal. It's a forfeit. Harry yelled. We have the numbers. I have the DA holding the stairs. I have the black dagger. We can fight them. We can heal you. You cannot heal this, Dumbledore said, raising his blackened hand. This is a contract, Harry. A debt to the system. I tried to use the resurrection stone, a glitch item, and the firewall caught me. He pushed himself off the wall, standing tall. For a second, the frailty vanished, replaced by the terrifying aura of a rank 2 warlord. Voldemort plays for the high score, Dumbledore said, his voice cutting through the wind. He believes that the one with the biggest number is God. If I fight him, if I engage in this brutal, gamified violence, I validate his rules. The rules are already validated. Harry shouted, gesturing at the sky. Look around. People are dying. We don't have the luxury of moral high grounds anymore. We need to win. And what happens when you win, Harry? Dumbledore looked at him, his blue eyes piercing. When you reach rank 1. Do you become the new system? Do you enforce the edict? I destroy it, Harry said. To destroy it, you must understand it. And to understand it, you must let go of the need to dominate it. Footsteps detected on stairs. Harry spun around. Someone's coming. Draco, Dumbledore said calmly. And he is not alone. I'll handle them, Harry said, raising his wand. I'll blast them off the tower. No. Dumbledore raised his wand. Not at the door. At Harry. Professor. You must watch, Harry. You must see the game for what it truly is. And you must not interfere. Don't do this, Harry pleaded. He felt the magic gathering. Don't you dare put me in a cutscene. Forgive me, Dumbledore whispered. Petrificus totalis. Harry tried to block. He tried to use his rank 99 authority. System check, rank 99 versus rank 2. Result, failure. Override impossible. The spell hit him. Harry's arms snapped to his sides. His legs locked together. He fell backward, stiff as a board, into the shadows of the rampart. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. He could only see. And he had the debugger active. He was a silent camera, recording the end of an era. The door burst open. Draco Malfoy stumbled onto the deck. He looked terrified. His wand was shaking so hard sparks were flying off the tip. Draco Malfoy, rank, 950, status, panic, objective, kill Dumbledore, forced, good evening, Draco, Dumbledore said pleasantly, as if they were discussing homework. Who else is here? Draco shouted, spinning around. I heard voices. I often talk to myself, Dumbledore said. It is a privilege of old age. Draco leveled his wand at Dumbledore's chest. I have to do it. He'll kill me. He'll kill my mother. Harry watched Draco's data. Resolve, 15%, fear, 99%, he wasn't going to do it. He couldn't. You are not a killer, Draco, Dumbledore said softly. The system has labeled you a villain, but your code is still malleable. You don't know what I am. Draco screamed. He pulled up his sleeve, showing the dark mark. It was pulsing, draining his mana to feed the invasion force. I can help you, Dumbledore offered. I can hide you. I can spoof your death in the logs. Draco lowered his wand a fraction of an inch. Resolve, 5%. Draco choked. Then the door banged open again. For Death Eaters swarmed in. Caro, Rowell, Greyback, and Yaxley. Party detected, the execution squad. Do it, boy. Alecto Caro shrieked. Finish him, or we'll finish you. Dumbledore didn't look at them. He looked at the door. Severus, Dumbledore said. Snape stepped out of the shadows. Harry's eyes, locked open by the spell, zoomed in on Snape. The debugger went crazy. Severus Snape, rank, 55, loyalty, conflicted, hidden stat, Oathkeeper, unbreakable vow active, Snape took in the scene. Draco shaking. The Death Eaters eager for blood. Dumbledore slumped against the wall, defenseless. Snape walked forward, pushing Draco aside. "We have a problem, Severus," Dumbledore said. His voice was pleading. But Harry, with his enhanced sight, saw the metadata attached to the words. Info, please. Context, end it. Save the boy. Snape stared at Dumbledore. Harry saw a flicker in Snape's stats. Guilt, critical. Hatred, critical. Resolve, 100%. Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light didn't just flash. It roared. It hit Dumbledore squarely in the chest. Harry screamed internally. The silence spell held, but his mind shattered. Dumbledore was blasted backward. He went over the ramparts. He fell, turning slowly in the air, like a broken doll. Global alert, rank 2 eliminated. The Archmage has fallen. The system paused. Time seemed to stop. The wind died. The Death Eaters froze. Then, the calculation began. Calculating rank transfer, killer, Severus Snape. Victim, Albus Dumbledore. Awarding points, error. Red text flashed across Harry's vision. Error, consensual termination detected. The victim intended to die. System logic, suicide by proxy does not grant full XP. The system was confused. It looked for the next available candidate for the power transfer. It looked for someone with high hostility. Someone with a connection to the victim. Someone who was witnessing the event and had sufficient container space for the power. Harry felt a burning sensation in his chest. Candidate found, Harry Potter. Status, rank 99. Proximity, immediate. Connection, protégé/heir. No, Harry thought. No, I don't want it. Transferring rank, a shockwave of white magic erupted from the spot where Dumbledore had stood. It bypassed Snape. It bypassed Draco. It slammed into Harry. The body-bind curse shattered instantly. Harry gasped, arching his back as raw, liquid power flooded his veins. It was too much. It felt like swallowing a star. His mana bar filled, then doubled, then tripled. His stats skyrocketed. Level up. Level up. Level up. Rank, 50. 40, 20. Snape spun around. He saw Harry rising from the shadows, glowing with a terrifying, blinding aura. Potter, Snape whispered. The number above Harry's head stopped spinning. It locked. Harry Potter, rank, 2, Harry stood up. The stone floor cracked beneath his feet just from the weight of his presence. He looked at Snape. You killed him, Harry said. His voice wasn't a shout. It was a command. A rank 2 command. The air vibrated. The Death Eaters clutched their ears. Greyback howled in pain. Out! Snape yelled to the others. Go! Now! He grabbed Draco and shoved him toward the stairs. Don't you turn your back on me! Harry roared. He raised his wand. Sectum Sempra. The spell that had nearly killed Malfoy in the bathroom. The spell Snape had invented. Snape turned, his face a mask of concentration. He didn't block it. He caught it. He slashed his wand, intercepting the invisible blade and dissipating it into sparks. You dare use my own spells against me, Potter. Snape sneered. But he was backing away. Harry saw the fear in his data. Snape HP, 100%, Snape mana, 60%, threat assessment, impossible to win. Snape knew. Rank 55 versus Rank 2. It wasn't a fight, it was a massacre waiting to happen. Snape vaulted over the railing, dragging Draco with him. They plummeted down, using flight spells to break their fall. Cowards! Harry screamed. He ran to the edge. He didn't cast a flight spell. He didn't know one. He just jumped. The system caught him. Gravity manipulation, active. Rank 2 physics. He fell like a meteor, wreathed in golden fire. Scene 4, the lawn. Harry hit the grass with the force of a bomb. Dirt and grass sprayed outward in a 30-foot radius. He stood up in the crater. Snape and Draco were sprinting toward the gates, toward the apparition boundary. The battle was still raging around them, DA members fighting Death Eaters, giants smashing the greenhouses, but it all seemed slow to Harry. He moved. He blurred. 1 second he was in the crater, the next, he was 50 yards ahead, blocking Snape's path. "Stop," Harry said. "Command, halt." Draco collapsed instantly, pinned by the gravity of the order. Snape staggered, dropping to one knee. He fought it. His veins bulged. "I will not." Snape hissed. Resistance check, critical success. Snape broke the hold. He was strong. His mind was a fortress. "Fight back!" Harry yelled, tears streaming down his face. "Fight back, you coward!" He fired a barrage of spells. Stunners, blasting curses, cutting hexes. He didn't aim, he just poured magic out. Snape parried them all. He was a master of defense. He flowed like water, deflecting Harry's raw, chaotic power. "You have your mother's eyes," Snape shouted, blocking a curse that would have pulverized a boulder. "But you have your father's arrogance. You think power is enough. You have no technique. No discipline. I have rank 2. Harry screamed. Cruck, he stopped. He almost cast it. The unforgivable. Snape saw the hesitation. "No," Snape said, standing tall. "You are not that yet." He flicked his wand. A lasso of fire whipped around Harry's legs, yanking him to the ground. "It is over, Potter," Snape said. He looked down at Harry. There was no triumph in his face. Only exhaustion. "Why?" Harry asked, choking on the smoke. "Why did you kill him?" Snape didn't answer. He looked at the gates. The barrier was down. "Draco, move," Snape ordered. Draco scrambled up and ran. Snape looked at Harry one last time. Because the game required it, Snape whispered. He turned an apparat. Crack. They were gone. Scene 5, the aftermath. The battle ended abruptly. With the Death Eaters retreating and Dumbledore dead, the invaders had no reason to stay. They faded into the night, leaving behind burning rubble and wounded students. Harry lay on the grass. The fire rope had vanished. He stared up at the sky. The clouds were parting. The dark mark was fading. But something else was taking its place. The global leaderboard flickered into existence, huge and shimmering against the stars. It updated with a sound that tolled like a funeral bell. Ranking update complete. The list scrolled. 1. Lord Voldemort, the Sovereign, and then, right below it. 2. Harry Potter, the Usurper. Harry stared at the title. The Usurper. He felt the eyes. Not just the students gathering around him. Not just the teachers running from the castle. He felt him. Voldemort was watching. From wherever he was. He saw the new number. Harry. Daphne's voice. Harry sat up slowly. The golden aura around him dimmed, but didn't disappear. It was part of his skin now. Daphne stood there, her armor scorched, blood on her cheek. Ron and Hermione were with her. They looked at him differently. There was fear there. You couldn't help but fear a rank 2. It was biological. He's gone, Harry said hollowly. Dumbledore is gone. We saw the board, Hermione whispered. She looked at the number above his head. Rank 2. Harry, you're the strongest wizard in the castle. You're the strongest wizard in the country besides. Besides him, Harry finished. He stood up. The students parted, creating a wide circle. McGonagall was running toward them, tears in her eyes, but she stopped when she felt Harry's pressure. Harry looked at the castle. Half the astronomy tower was gone. The Great Hall was burning. He thinks he won, Harry said. His voice was cold. It lacked the human warmth he had fought to keep in the room of requirement. The rank 2 power was cold. It was lonely. He killed the only man he was afraid of, Ron said. No, Harry corrected. He turned to face the gates. To face the world. He activated the debugger. He looked at the sky, at the name Lord Voldemort. He saw the hidden data attached to the Dark Lord's name. Voldemort, rank 1, status, celebrating. Objective, final conquest. Harry focused on his own objective bar. Current objective, survive. Harry mental clicked the text. He deleted it. He typed in a new command. New objective, God slaying. He didn't kill the man he was afraid of, Harry said to his friends. He killed the man who was holding me back. He clenched his fist. The golden light flared, turning the night into day for a brief, blinding second. Get everyone inside, Harry ordered McGonagall. It wasn't a request. Mr. Potter. McGonagall gasped. Prepare the castle for a siege, Professor, Harry said, walking toward the lake. Voldemort is coming. And I'm going to turn this school into a graveyard for him. He looked up at the number 2 above his head. One more step, Harry whispered. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The God of the Arena, current objective, survive the endgame. Time until server wipe, unknown. Global player count, dropping rapidly. The Great Hall wasn't a dining room anymore. It was a forward operating base. The 4 house tables had been shoved together to form barricades. The enchanted ceiling, usually a mirror of the sky outside, was now a chaotic mess of scrolling red text and glitching weather patterns. One second it was snowing, the next, it was raining fire, then, for a brief, terrifying moment, it showed the wireframe skeleton of the castle itself. Harry Potter stood at the high table. He wasn't sitting in the headmaster's chair. He was standing on top of it. Above his head, the number 2 burned with a white-hot intensity that made it difficult for anyone to look him directly in the eye. The pressure radiating off him was physical, a heavy, static hum that tasted like ozone. Report, Harry commanded. His voice didn't need amplification. The system carried it to every corner of the room. Perimeter wards are failing, Hermione shouted from a cluster of Ravenclaws she was directing. She looked like she hadn't slept in a week, her hair tied back with a strip of dragon hide. Hermione Granger, rank, 4,500, tactician buff. The Death Eaters aren't attacking the shields. They're deleting them. Deleting them? Ron asked, hefting a massive, enchanted warhammer he'd looted from the troll incident in first year, long story. Ron Weasley, rank, 4,200, class, Berserker. They're using admin privileges, Harry said, his eyes scanning the data streams visible only to him via the developer eyes. Voldemort is sharing his access. He's giving the inner circle root commands. Harry looked at the map floating in the center of the room. The red dots were swarming the grounds. Giants. Acromantulas. Dementors. And leading them, the elites. But Harry wasn't looking at the red dots. He was looking at the sky. Through the glitching ceiling, he could see the global leaderboard. It was descending. Physically descending. The massive golden list of names was sinking through the clouds, hovering over the castle like a tombstone. 1. Lord Voldemort, status, arriving. He's coming to format the drive, Harry murmured. He jumped down from the table. The stone floor cracked under his boots. Daphne, Harry said. Daphne Greengrass was sharpening her steel knife. She looked up, her blue eyes calm amidst the panic. Daphne Greengrass, rank, 120. Ready, she said. Take the DA to the viaduct, Harry ordered. That's the choke point. Use the environment. If they try to cross the bridge, collapse the physics. Make them fall into the void. And you? I'm going to the courtyard, Harry said, checking his inventory. Wand, 100% integrity, black dagger, charged, prophecy orb shards, loaded. I need to draw his aggro before he wipes the castle. Harry, Neville called out. He was polishing his shield, which now glowed with a faint, holy light. Neville Longbottom, rank, 6000, class, Paladin. You can't solo a rank 1. It's mathematically impossible. His stats are infinite. I know, Harry said. He looked at his friends. The people who had ground XP with him, bled with him, and defied the laws of physics for him. That's why I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to break the game. System alert, boss event started. The Dark Lord has entered the instance. A sound like a thunderclap shattered the windows. Go. Harry roared. Battle stations. Scene 2, the glitch in the Matrix. Harry walked out onto the entrance courtyard. It was raining, but the rain wasn't water. It was black oil. It slicked the cobblestones and smelled of decay. The system was struggling to render the environment under the weight of Voldemort's presence. The bridge was already a war zone. Spells flashed in the distance, green, red, purple. Harry could hear the screams of the battle, the roar of giants, the crunch of stone. But here, in the courtyard, it was quiet. A figure stood in the center of the quad. He didn't have an army with him. He didn't need one. Lord Voldemort. He looked less like a man and more like a tear in reality. His skin was pale as bone, his robes woven from shadows that writhed independently. But it was the number that terrified. It wasn't just a 1. It was a crown. A literal, graphical crown floating above his head, formed from golden binary code. Lord Voldemort, rank, 1, title, the admin, HP, infinity, mana, infinity. Harry stopped 10 paces away. The pressure was immense. It felt like standing at the bottom of the ocean. The air was heavy, crushing. Harry's, rank 2, aura flared automatically, a golden shield pushing back against the crushing weight of the rank 1. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice didn't travel through the air. It appeared as a text box in Harry's vision, overriding his HUD. Admin message, you have climbed high, boy. I had good motivation, Harry said aloud. His voice was amplified by his own authority, cracking the paving stones. You killed my mentor. You tortured my friends. You turned the world into a casino. Voldemort smiled. It was a thin, cruel slash. I turned the world into a meritocracy, Voldemort corrected, stepping forward. The black oil rain parted around him. Before this, before the shift, magic was wasted on the weak. It was diluted by laws, by mercy, by muggles. I simply optimized the code. He raised a hand. He didn't hold a wand. He didn't need one. Look at you, Voldemort mused. Rank 2. The usurper. You reek of Dumbledore's stolen power. Do you feel it, Harry? The burden? The voices of the millions of ants beneath you, begging for scraps of mana? I feel it, Harry said. It makes me sick. That is because you are still human, Voldemort hissed. You still think that power is something to be shared. Power is a resource, Harry. It is finite. For one to be God, everyone else must be dust. Warning, hostile intent detected. Attack imminent. Harry bent his knees, gripping his wand. I'm not here to debate philosophy, Tom. I'm here to ban you. Voldemort laughed. The sound caused the gargoyles on the roof to crumble into dust. Ban me? I am the server. Voldemort flicked his wrist. Command, delete. A wave of nothingness swept toward Harry. It wasn't a spell, it was an erasure of space. The ground vanished. The air vanished. Harry didn't block. You can't block a deletion command. He used the developer eyes. He saw the wireframe of the attack. Restore. Harry yelled, slamming his hand onto the nothingness. He poured his mana into the void, forcing the system to re-render the reality. Crash. The two commands collided. Gold light met black void. The shockwave blew the roof off the clock tower. Harry skidded back, his boots carving deep trenches in the stone. His mana bar dropped by 20% in a single second. System warning, resource drain critical. Impressive, Voldemort noted, looking at his hand. You have admin privileges. No, you have stolen keys. The Black Dagger. The Prophecy. I have exploits, Harry spat, straightening up. Exploits are temporary, Voldemort said. Patches are eternal. He raised both hands. The sky turned red. Spell, Meteor Swarm. Flaming rocks the size of cars began to fall from the clouds. They weren't summoned, they were spawned. Defend that, Voldemort sneered. Harry looked up. Dozens of meteors. Each one capable of leveling a tower. He couldn't block them all. I don't have to defend, Harry whispered. I just have to redirect. He pointed his wand at the ground. Not at the meteors. At the gravity constant of the courtyard. Debug command, invert gravity, local, dot. Everything loose, rubble, oil, water, shot upward. Harry anchored himself with a sticking charm. The meteors hit the reverse gravity field. They slowed, stopped, and then accelerated back up toward the sky. Voldemort looked up, annoyed. He waved a hand, disintegrating the rocks into dust. Cheap tricks, Voldemort boredly stated. Let us try something more, intimate. He vanished. Teleport detected. Harry spun around. Voldemort was there, inches away. He grabbed Harry by the throat. Contact. Rank 1 authority applied. Harry froze. His body locked up. The same feeling as Umbridge's submit, but a million times stronger. It was paralysis of the soul. You are nothing, Voldemort whispered into his ear. You are a glitch. And glitches are purged. He began to squeeze. Harry's HP bar plummeted. HP, 80%. 60%. 40%, Harry couldn't breathe. He couldn't move his wand. But he could move his mind. The wager, Harry thought. The memory mechanic. He didn't have the dueling platform, but he had contact. Skin to skin. Harry opened his mind. He didn't use occlumency to block Voldemort. He used it to push. He accessed the file marked, love. Not the generic concept. The specific, messy, painful love. His mother's scream. Sirius's laugh. Daphne's kiss. Ron's loyalty. He shoved it all into Voldemort's mind. Data transfer initiated. File type, incompatible. Voldemort shrieked. He dropped Harry, stumbling back, clutching his head. What is this filth? Voldemort roared. Steam was rising from his skin where Harry had touched him. Emotions? Weakness? It's not weakness, Harry gasped, massaging his bruised throat. It's data you can't process. You deleted your humanity to gain rank, Tom. That means you have zero resistance to human damage. Harry scrambled back, gaining distance. Voldemort straightened up. His eyes were bleeding red smoke. He looked furious. You think pain will stop me? I have conquered death. Voldemort raised his hand to the sky. The dark mark burned brighter. Summoning, the elite. Behind Voldemort, portals opened. Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix Lestrange. Dolohov. The Carrows. They stepped out, wands raised. Kill him, Voldemort commanded. I want him to watch his hope die before I end him. Harry stood alone. Rank 2 versus Rank 1 and the top 50. Fair fight, Harry muttered. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed from the viaduct. Harry! A figure leaped from the balcony above. It was Ron. He landed with a superhero impact, his hammer smashing a crater in the stone. Sorry we're late. Ron yelled. Had to smash a few giants. Daphne slid down a ramp of ice she conjured, landing gracefully beside Harry. Hermione appeared with a crack of apparition, flanked by Neville and Luna. Party reunited. Buff active, the power of friendship, ignore the name, it's plus 50% defense, dot. You brought a hammer to a wand fight? Bellatrix cackled, stepping forward. It's not just a hammer, Ron grinned, tapping a rune on the handle. It's a banhammer. Handle the trash, Harry said to his team. I have a date with the king. Go, Daphne said, stepping in front of him. She raised her wand, her ice magic lowering the temperature of the courtyard by 20 degrees. We hold the line here. Harry looked at them one last time. Then he turned back to Voldemort. Just you and me, Tom, Harry said. Let's take this offline. Harry raised the black dagger. He didn't attack Voldemort. He attacked the air between them. He slashed reality. Dimensional rift opened. Destination, the source code. Harry grabbed Voldemort's robe and tackled him into the rift. No. Voldemort screamed. They tumbled into the void. Scene 3, the 0 point. They landed in a white room. No floor. No ceiling. No walls. Just infinite, blinding white space. Floating in the distance were lines of code, scrolling endlessly. Zone, the kernel. Physics, optional. Voldemort stood up. He looked around, his composure returning. You brought me to the back end, Voldemort sneered. Foolish. Here, I am omnipotent. I can rewrite the variables. He waved his hand. The white space turned into a pit of snakes. Millions of them. Harry blinked. Debug, delete assets. The snakes vanished. I have admin access too, remember? Harry said. I stole the keys from your arbiter. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You have a fragment. I have the crown. Voldemort clenched his fist. The white space turned into fire. Environmental effect, hellfire. DPS, 5,000 per second. Harry felt his skin blistering. His HP began to tick down rapidly. Glacius Tria. Harry shouted. Nothing happened. Error, magic blocked by admin. I told you, Voldemort laughed, walking through the fire unharmed. I control the rules here. Magic is disabled for you. Only rank 1 can cast. Harry fell to his knees. The heat was unbearable. So this is it? Harry wheezed. You just burn me to death in a closet? It is efficient, Voldemort said. He stood over Harry, looking down with pity. You fought well, Harry. But you are a user. I am the architect. He raised his hand for the final deletion. Harry looked at the floor, or what passed for a floor. He saw the code running beneath it. He remembered the prophecy. The power he knows not, invert the flow. You're right, Harry whispered. I can't take power from you. I can't outrank you. Harry reached into his chest. Not physically, but magically. He grabbed his own core. His rank 2 authority. So I'm going to give it to you. Voldemort paused. What? You want power? Harry yelled, standing up. Take it. Take it all. Harry didn't cast a spell. He opened the floodgates. He initiated a force transfer. Usually, you take rank from a defeated enemy. But giving rank? It was unheard of. It was a violation of the system's core logic of selfishness. A beam of pure golden light erupted from Harry's chest and slammed into Voldemort. Voldemort gasped. Yes. Surrender. Give me your power. He opened his arms, absorbing the energy. His rank 1 crown glowed brighter. Voldemort rank 1 plus rank 2, absorbed, dot. Power level, critical mass. More. Voldemort laughed. I am becoming infinite. I'm not done. Harry screamed. He reached further. He connected to the Heir of Black title. He connected to the Slytherin House Owner title. He poured it all into Voldemort. Take it. Take the XP. Take the levels. Voldemort's laughter turned manic. He was glowing so bright his form was distorting. System alert, buffer overflow. Target capacity exceeded. Rank, 0.00000001. Wait, Voldemort said, his voice glitching. Too much, it's too much. I'm not stopping. Harry roared. You want to be the system? Be the whole damn thing. Harry accessed the sacrificial magic protocol. The one his mother used. The one that was infinite because it was based on love, not math. He pushed that into Voldemort too. Voldemort started to scream. Stop. It burns. It's not data. It's error, infinite loop detected. Variable type, love, cannot be quantified. System crash imminent. Voldemort's body began to crack. Beams of light shot out of his eyes, his mouth, his fingers. You can't hold it, Harry said, his own rank dropping rapidly. Rank 50. Rank 100. Rank 0. You built a cup, Tom. But I'm pouring the ocean into it. Cancel. Voldemort shrieked, clawing at his chest. Delete. Abort. Command not recognized. The system couldn't hear him. It was deafened by the noise of the overflow. Harry took a step forward. He was powerless now. Rank 0. Just a boy in tattered robes. But Voldemort was paralyzed by too much power. Harry walked up to the Dark Lord. The heat was gone, replaced by the chill of a dying star. Harry reached out and touched the golden crown floating above Voldemort's head. Game over, Harry whispered. He pushed the crown. It didn't fall off. It shattered. Karakikoam. The sound wasn't noise. It was the sound of the server dying. The white room shattered like glass. Scene 4, the fall. Harry was falling. The world was a kaleidoscope of broken images. He saw the Great Hall. He saw the Ministry. He saw his parents. He saw the cupboard under the stairs. The numbers were everywhere. Falling like rain. Rank, 500, rank, 1, rank, error, they were dissolving. The blue boxes, the HUDs, the floating names. They were turning into dust. Harry hit the ground. It was grass. Wet, cold grass. He gasped, air rushing into his lungs. He was back in the courtyard. But it was silent. The fighting had stopped. Harry pushed himself up. His body ached. He checked his vision. No HUD. No mana bar. No map. Just his eyes. His normal, green eyes. He looked around. The Death Eaters and the students were standing there, looking confused. They were tapping the air above their heads, trying to summon menus that weren't there. My rank. Bellatrix shrieked, clutching her hair. Where is my number? I am rank 7. I demand my number. She pointed her wand at Neville. Crucio. A spark of red light fizzled and died. The buff, Hermione whispered from nearby. The system buff is gone. Magic is back to normal. It's based on emotion and intent again. Not stats. And Bellatrix Lestrange, stripped of her system-enforced aim assist and damage multipliers, was just a crazy woman with a stick. Neville stepped forward. He raised his wand. Stupefy, Neville said. It was a solid, practiced cast. The red light hit Bellatrix. She fell over. Out cold. It works, Neville breathed. Harry stood up. He looked to the center of the courtyard. Voldemort was there. He was lying on his back. The shadow robes were gone. He was wearing plain black rags. He looked small. He was trying to crawl. My kingdom, Voldemort rasped. My perfect world. He looked up at Harry. His red eyes were dull. What did you do? I rebooted it, Harry said, walking over. He looked down at the man who had terrified the world. Without the rank 1 aura, without the admin privileges, Voldemort was just a mangled soul in a constructed body. You are nothing, Voldemort hissed. You are rank 0. We're all rank 0 now, Tom, Harry said. Voldemort tried to raise his hand. Tried to summon a delete command. Nothing happened. His body began to flake away. The magic that held his artificial form together, the magic that the system had been sustaining, was gone. I am eternal. He crumbled. Like dry parchment in a fire. First his hands. Then his chest. Then his face. The wind blew, and Lord Voldemort was scattered across the cobblestones as grey ash. Global announcement, a voice echoed from the sky. But it wasn't digital. It was just the wind. The clouds parted. The sun, the real sun, broke through. The giant floating leaderboard in the sky flickered once. Twice. And then it vanished. Scene 5, the uncrowned king. The silence in the courtyard was absolute. Then, a cheer started. Low at first, then building. He's gone. The numbers are gone. We're free. Harry didn't cheer. He felt heavy. He walked over to a stone bench and sat down, burying his face in his hands. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Daphne. She sat next to him. She wasn't looking at the celebrating students. She was looking at him. You okay? She asked. I feel blind, Harry admitted. I got used to seeing everything. The data. The secrets. It was too much noise, Daphne said. She took his hand. Her hand was warm. No stats. No affection meter. Just touch. We won, Harry said, looking at the ash where Voldemort had been. But what now? The system is gone, but the ministry is wrecked. The world is in chaos. We rebuild, Hermione said, walking up with Ron. They looked battered but happy. Ron was using his hammer as a crutch. Without numbers. Draco Malfoy was standing a few feet away. He looked lost. He kept checking his wrist where his rank used to be displayed. How do we know who's in charge? How do we know who to listen to? Harry stood up. The students quieted down, turning to watch him. Even without the rank 2 glowing over his head, he commanded the space. Harry looked at the spot where the crown had shattered in the void. He could have kept it. He could have rewritten the code to make himself king. He could have fixed everything with a thought. But he remembered Dumbledore. To understand it, you must let go. We listen to each other, Harry said to Draco. We figure it out. The hard way. He tossed the black dagger onto the ground. It was just a knife now. I'm done playing, Harry said. He turned to Daphne. Want to go get breakfast? Daphne smiled. It was the first real, unburdened smile he had ever seen on her. I think the kitchens are still operational, she said. But you're buying. I lost all my loot. Harry laughed. It felt strange in his throat. Deal. They walked away from the battlefield, arm in arm. Behind them, the sun rose over Hogwarts. The castle was damaged, scarred, and broken. But it was standing. And the sky was beautifully, terrifyingly empty. Chapter 8 End.